Nothing. At least not over here. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Whatever it may be, wherever you may be, it's Captain Mad Love coming at you live and in person with yet another chapter from the Captain's Log, coming at you right from the Captain's quarters. How is everybody today? Hello, Scooter. How you doing? Hello, Dark Virtue. How you doing? How are you guys? Hello, Flaming Wings. Sorry. It has been a while. What have you been up to? Are you joining us for the Captain Sedi paint along, Flaming Wings? How about you, Dark Virtue? You painting the Captain Sedi today? All right, one thing I do have to do. Well, you know, I'm telling you, it seems to be going around. There's a lot of weird shit that happened with COVID, huh? I am going to go here and bring something up really quick. We have a sleeping shipmate. Maybe not sleeping, but... Oh, you really have one? Like, for real, Dark Virtue? Oh my gosh. I'm not sure what to think about that, mate. I may need you to grab my phone so we can set an alert off in General Gumdrop's ear. Unless Vonrad is on, you can just contact him and say, hey, go give a nudge.
See what I can find out about the location. General Gumdrop.
Oh. So yeah, we got to put some colors out. Whoever's coming in, Scooter, thank you very much for coming in. I know that one of those people is you there on YouTube. Thank you so much for coming in on the YouTubes. And you did 15 squats per sub, which ended up totaling 510 squats. Them legs must be hurting.
Clearly, he didn't skip the leg day.
Oh, right on, Dark Virtue. Yeah, I can imagine. How do your knees feel?
Potassium, magnesium. Start pounding that shit now.
Eat them bananas. All right, I'm going to put out some colors.
Let us know if we need to send the ambulance to come scrape you out of your bed. Go upstairs.
Did I, Flamin' Wings? Maybe I was auto-hosting. Did I get a sub? Right on. Did you see my new shirt? Look. I won a shirt on another channel. If you guys haven't checked out the Idol Painter. We're going to see how many subs I get for wearing his shirt or how many follows he gets for wearing my shirt. And we'll start charging for billboard space here. Hello, AJ. You remembered seeing my name far out. Hi, Juju. Right, Dark Virtue? It's prime space. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is like, look at that. Juju, got a new shirt. AJ. I won this on the Idol Painters channel, and they sent it to me. I was going to see how many follows he got today for me wearing his shirt. Somebody check how many followers he has, and we'll see how many follows he gets for me wearing his shirt, and then I'll start charging for billboard space here. I mean, I have to be diversified so that I can make enough money to run my studio, right?
Where's your phone?
I do believe it's up in the prep area. Yes. Right on the drawer, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're right, Dark Virtue. That was my thinking. Let's see. The colors that got voted in. The colors that got voted in were buckskin for the cape, guys. And the buckskin is going to be, so it's going to be like a light golden brown and a yellow ochre. And then, of course, you'll need like an off-white for highlighting it. Even a little white mixed in this, you can make an off-white. So, you need kind of like a light brown, kind of a yellow color, and then we need an off-white. Well, that's sensational. Congratulations. That's good fun. I do kind of miss, that is one of the things, I kind of miss the part where, you know, the gift subs are given away because it's, you know, it's not quite the same without that, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to put out a little bit of that. Let's see. Let's get there we go. We'll get the camera on that. But the first thing we're going to do is block in the colors. Hey, Paint Monkey, how are you doing? Did we get a number on Idle Painters followers? Uh-oh, I got a little too much water on my palette here. Hold on. Gonna dry it up just a little bit. Pretty good, pretty good. How are things? Things are good with you. That's good to see. We have a fellow painter who's hurting from squats. Let's see. Let me dry that up a little bit more. I don't really want the paint bleeding like that. I hate it when my palette bleeds. I'm just not a big fan. Some people like that amount of water in their paint because it kind of pre-thins it for you, but I'm not, me personally, I like to thin it as I go. Okay, so a little bit of yellow ochre for that buckskin. A little bit of a light brown. That's going to be its secondary color. We'll need off-white for its highlight, but we're going to need off-white for like a lot of stuff. So I'm going to... Oh.
On phone, Captain.
Thanks, Geek. Hello, Wolford. Put it on my body so I didn't lose it there, see?
Good job.
Thank you.
I should have checked your body first.
You should have checked my body. That's what it was. Let's see. Hold on. We gotta alert the General Gumdrop. Oh, Wolford, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my goodness. The alerts weren't working there.
Shitting me.
So, apparently he just tested them.
Fucking cock-sucking son of a... Oh, we're not PG-13, by the way.
Yeah, we're not PG-13. How are you doing, Wolford? And welcome everyone who came in with Wolford.
Bullshit bits.
Thank you.
Validated these words.
Wolford, we're doing a paint along today. We may not do the love gallery today, but we always do on Friday. So if you will please put something in the love gallery that you've been working on. There you are. I will more than happy shout you out. Yep, no, my palette is going to bleed today. So today is going to be a bleedy palette day. At least this corner is going to bleed here. Okay.
I think it did go. It's your speakers.
I heard it that time, but I didn't hear it the first time. Oh, perfect. Hello, Dragon Pink. I did not. Friday nights are, hang on just a second. There we go. Friday nights are raid and run. I'm exhausted on Fridays because that runs really late on our end usually. So I did not get your whisper. Hang on just a second. I'll answer questions in just a second. Right now, I'm going to put some colors out on the palette for Captain Sedi. Someone wants to know what colors, and we need to get the colors on the palette please do not pay any attention to my bleeding palette. Just to let you guys know, there's a little too much water in this corner, and for some reason, my palette is really acting out. I might have to reduce the water content on it. I'm trying this kind of floating idea that people had been suggesting, but I'm not very fond of it. I have to admit. It's a little too much water on the palette for me, and the kind of, it could be the type of paints I'm using. Because the paints that I use are the Pro Acryls. They're a little thinner than some of the other paints. Not in pigment, just in their consistency. So they're practically ready to just put right on the mini in most cases. They're about the consistency of half and half, I'd say. But let me clean this up really quick so that we don't have so much bleeding. That bleeding is going to end up all my colors on top of each other. That's not one of my favorite things. Yeah, what I'll do, Dragon Pink, is check my direct messages. I'm guessing that you're talking in... now, I don't actually check messages hardly at all, ever, in Twitch. So are you talking Twitch or are you talking Instagram? Okay, let's try this again. Oh, you got Reynolds wrap. Okay, I got this. I like the palette paper I've got. It's just that I put too much water on it when I started. I don't like, yeah. I like to have to add a little bit of water as we go. That's the way I like to do. Yes, the Reynolds parchment, right. I actually did get a roll of that also, because I figured since we were doing that whole discussion, this one that I got here is not that easy to get. And so I figured trying the Reynolds wrap, since it was really common, would be a good idea for me so that I could have something I could recommend to people that were starting or that wanted something less expensive than buying the parchment, the paper that goes in their wet palette. The glue at the start of the parchment roll was intense, though. Is it that piece of tape that they have at the beginning? Did they have those on the butcher paper? Oh my gosh, it's like I don't even know what they think is going to get into that. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of the that's olive flesh that I'm using there for my off-white. That's what color I'm going to be using. Okay. And then we'll put those colors back down for the buckskin again. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, so the buckskin's going to be a little yellow ochre. What was it? What?
It's all right. The only thing that popped off was the skull on the side.
On keyboard. She needs a bucket. Hang on. Hang on, guys. Little emergency here. Hang on. No, her tinsel broke. The tinsel is busted. The tinsel is the thing that she stands from. That's the one thing everybody worries the most about breaking. Yeah, I'm gonna have to address this at another time. Okay. We'll address this at another time, guys. I'm just gonna... Alright. It was actual glue lines and... Oh my gosh. Really? Wow. Wow. Okay, well, they wanted that to stay closed then. Okay, a Twitch whisper. Okay, I'll look. Sometimes Twitch... shit cans the messages. That's one of the reasons why I don't use it very often. Let me see here. Wait, there we go. Okay, now you guys are on the palette. Okay. There we go. All right, that's the buckskin. Let's see. Now, you guys had ordered a gray feather. So I got a little bright neutral gray, but to be honest, I just thought maybe, some black and some white. and then we can make a medium gray out of that. Or this is what I was thinking. And the coal black from Pro Krill is very nice and matte. So we could mix a little of these two and get a medium gray, use this for the highlights, but the color for the feather was deemed gray. So we're going to put a little bit of this black out and a little bit of that gray out. And my gray today is under pressure. That's interesting. Must have got warm somewhere. And then, of course, bright white. That's up to you. These are, I'm using all Pro Krills, whatever brand you guys want to use. Okay. So we got those colors to make the feather. And also, we're probably going to use some white for highlighting. Yeah, I dried up although this corner, notice the corner. So this corner has a lot of water in it, and you notice what it does. See, look, that corner too. But for some reason, I managed to get more water on my palette today than I normally do, and I would have to strip the whole palette and start from scratch. I'm going to see how this works. We'll see. All right, and then we had, let's see, purple hair. So I chose 3 colors for the purple, a dark purple, a lighter purple, but her hair was supposed to be lavender. So I just got this for a little mix in to kind of jazz it up a little bit. But really, if it's lavender, then a dark purple should be good for your shadows. And then, you can blend in between. So a dark purple. And if you don't have any lavender on your desk, some people don't. Honestly, you can mix a little white with your purple and it'll make lavender. I wouldn't recommend mixing like you can mix like an ivory or one of those, but like any of the browner colors will give it a little bit more of a mauve look. Interesting. And I tore my paper today. Huh. Wonder what I don't know. I'm definitely having an adventure in palette paper. Hello, Dextrose. How's it going? How's it going? So for the red hat, I got a really bright red. I got transparent red to work with for the shadows. So I was going to use transparent red and transparent black mixed to glaze the shadows for the red hat. Now, there's some controversy about highlighting red. I don't particularly like it highlighted with white, with pink. But if you think about it, usually a highlight is the color with a little white added into it. Sometimes I'll take yellow and highlight it. In this case, I was thinking about using a little bit of yellow ochre. I don't know how that's going to look, but red is definitely an interesting challenge when it comes to the highlighting portion of it. Did you hear anything about General Gumdrop?
No response yet.
Then I've got this color called Mahogany that I thought I would use in the shadows before I start glazing them in on the hat. This is a really deep reddish brown. Yeah, but the interesting thing about it, Dark Virtue, is that the flesh tone being kind of a beige, if you mix it with the red, it makes a pink. So, like, you can glaze a pink or flesh tone on there, but it always comes out looking a little bit pink. Like when I mix a tan with red, for example, it makes a kind of a pinkish, tanny, pinkish fleshy color. Even actually this mahogany, believe it or not, if you mix a little bit of white with that mahogany, you'd be surprised. It's kind of a Laneige colored skin. But I tried mixing the different off-whites with it, and well, like this is, you know, this is a tan flesh. I guess you would call that like a peach flesh. And it still turns pink. So I was like, well, okay, I'm gonna have to do some studies on different red things and see, like, I would think on something like leather, if we were outside, that yellow would be a good choice, like to highlight it to an orange. Because, I mean, you only have so many options, right? You're either going to highlight it to a pink or a white. We could try a flesh tone on it and see if that gives it more of a leather look. Now, I did get some colors for her skin, but I'm not entirely sure what color you guys would want to use for the face portion. In this case, I was just going to go with, you know, a peach tone, so that, because I knew everybody would have that on their desk, at least one triad of some form of a peach tone. I've got the Pro Pearls. I've got the tan flesh, the shadow flesh, and the light umber are the ones that I use. Hold on, back my camera out here for a little minute so you guys can see these. And then, of course, you know, I add the green in the shadows. Always the green in the shadows with the Captain. And that's the colors I've got here that won the vote. And if you are a patron, you can go in there and you can see what won the vote. And line them up yourself there, if you choose. What are you up to this afternoon, Dextrous? I'm doing pretty good. We're doing a little paint along here, so I'm hoping it's gonna be fun for everybody. I did not open a separate channel like I did for the squigs for Captain Sedi, you guys. Thank you for the follow, Voodoo. Thank you. Now, I don't use this color tan flesh very often. I'll be honest with you guys. I use this more for other applications like leather and things. I'm going to try it for that suggestion Dark Virtue gave as a highlight on red and see what we get. Try !links, Paint Monkey, and see if it comes up for you. Wow, my palette this is like the bleediest palette. Oh my gosh, you guys. I honestly don't think I can work with this. All that paint. I don't know. It's not. I'm sorry guys, I have to change the palette paper. There's just too much water. We're going to start all over on those colors. So for anybody that was here, that was late, I apologize. But when the colors bleed all together like that, and I'm not the one that mixed them, I can't do it. It doesn't work for me. Hello, Zelius. Thank you, Zelius. Thank you for that. Hello, Trader. How you doing? There you go. Now let's see. Paint Monkey. It's the bottom one. The bottom one. All right. We're trying this again. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I knew she probably stayed up too late. That's the usual. There you go. Thank you so much, Paint Monkey. Yep, that'll take you right to it. Now Geek has not upgraded it, so just to let you know, Paint Monkey, we got a lot of good stuff coming for our other tiers that are in a bracket that is above the Twitch basic, the Twitch replacement. I'm letting you know that we just hashed that out. Geek just hasn't had a chance to put it in there and update it. But we have a plan for our patrons that are doing extra support. We want to give them some extra stuff. Extra time, extra goodies. A fish. Yes, we're getting a fish. That's what it is. Burn. No. What, trader? What? You call a fish with 2 knees. A toonie fifth. Oh my god. Fish. A toonie fish. All right. Are you you're coming in here to give me bad dad jokes. Bad dad jokes. And then what? You're going to say, okay, that's all. Bye-bye now. Well, you go, mate. You go. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys have given us in the Patreon. It's working out. It's working out. And you're in there in time for our round table, but you're in there before the round tables for March. So that works out too for you, Paint Monkey. That's going to be good fun. You're going to like that. All right. So we're going to do another palette paper here. Meanwhile, we're being entertained by Zellius Hunter, who's telling us bad dad jokes. Just to let you guys know. That's the entertainment for the evening. Quality entertainment, you guys. Quality entertainment in this channel. Well, which one of what works? I purged. Exactly, Paint Monkey. We revamped it. And we have a big round table that we do once a month, and there's gaming involved and watching painting, and there's different things that are involved with that. We have a tier that has a group session for a paint lesson, group session. And then, of course, the private tutorials at the very, very top. So, yes, basically, there's more stuff on the agenda as the tiers go up. Exactly. You got it. You got it figured out, my friend. And as we move forward in time, we are going to be adding to it. The stuff will be adding stuff to it that works, and adjusting it so that we can get it, really fine-tuned in. You're on fire. You're on fire. Wait a minute. Did you light yourself on fire, or do you mean you're really on fire? The moment you started doing this, the moment you started bad dad jokes, you were on fire. Okay. Oh wait, is that a joke? How does a mermaid wash her tail? She uses Tide. Okay, all right. Okay, that's bad. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to encourage him. I know you're all out there going, what? That's not even funny, Captain. I apologize. Don't feed the bears. Don't encourage the monkeys. All right, so we're starting all over on those colors because your captain has issues. I have issues in general, but I can't focus when paint is bleeding. It stresses me out a little bit. All right, let's drink some water. The god spontaneously, I wonder why, AJ. And you bought some shoes from your drug dealer the other day. You don't know what he laced them with. Oh, shit. Stop. I'm not going to get anything done now. Zellius, stop. Okay, that one was really good. Okay. Hi, Shark in the Box. Hi, Wavy. Oh, you're having a sofa evening. Oh, happy cuddles to you guys. Okay, the last one. Okay, because if you keep telling good ones, then I'm not going to stop laughing. Okay, did you see that joke, Wavy? Tell me you saw that about the drug dealer and the shoes. What is a pirate's favorite letter? R.
You think it'd be R, but truly it'd be the C.
C. The C. Wait, we can squish the rat. Okay. So, plus that's wrong. Okay, it's wrong. It's not the C. It's not the C, and it's not R. Okay, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. A pirate's favorite letter is, oh god. Is he? Okay. Okay. Oh, you told his joke for him, traitor. You're not supposed to tell his joke for him, you ass.
Good job, traitor.
Oh, God. Geek is encouraging you over there.
Geek.
Hi, Idol Painter. Idol Painter, how many followers do you have right now? Check, 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 check. You fixed his joke. Oh, I see. You fixed his joke. Trader says, hi, Geek. What do you get when you... What do you get when you when you cross a cop with a dinosaur? Oh, my God. Okay, that one's not even... Idol Painter, how many followers do you have? Okay. Oh, my earring thought. You know what? It's going to do it. All right, I don't like this palette paper now. It was working fine the other day, but now it's not my favorite. Okay. Geek, can you grab that roll at the bottom of the stairs for me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm taking it off. Can't do it.
Yeah.
That. 83. Okay, so Idol Painter has 83 followers, you guys. So now you got to go follow him so I can start charging. So Idol Painter, we're going to see how many follows you get from me wearing your shirt, right? And if it's a substantial number, then I'm going to start charging for real estate on my billboard. Thank you. No, that's not the Reynolds, AJ. That's the other one. Which was working fine the other day, but it's not working today. See, my Reynolds comes with tape, AJ. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just, call around and say, hey, how about you send me a t-shirt and then for $50 I'll wear it on my stream. I was telling everybody, I have to think of new ways to make money. Billboard. More like a wee. It's a billboard. It's a boob board. Yeah, see? Oh, look, mine came off nice and easy, AJ. Nice little piece of tape there. Comes right off and unrolls. See? Look at that. So nice. No. I don't remember the ladies in the commercial, actually. Okay, look, it's almost just the size of my palette, too. Okay. There we go. I actually do not remember what ladies we speak of. All right, there we go. When you have huge tracts of land, you best put a... Exactly, trader. Huge tracts of land. Well, I have to diversify so that I can, make additional... I don't know what category shall we put that in for the tax, for the accountant? Shall we call it advertising? Oh, so this is super slippery stuff here. Wow. Whoa. They'll be like, what is this category? The boob board. Yeah, the captain said it's a boob board. And I'm like, that is advertising. We get paid for advertising for people. I don't remember, AJ. I don't. Maybe it was a Canada thing. All right. Now we're trying the new paper now. This is the new paper, right? Okay, it's very wrinkly, but we're supposed to wet it on one side. And then Wavy had mentioned maybe keeping the edges flipped up, so I kind of kept a little edge on that one. All right, there's wetting one side. I don't know. It's kind of looking like it's going to do the curling thing that I hate. Then somebody else said they leave the edges touching in the water. Oh, no, I remember. The edges curl and then you flip it. Okay. You never think, I can paint. I just can't operate paper. I can't do the ballot paper thing. I can only paint. Thank you, Idol Painter. Thank you. It was really nice to get it. It was nice to get a gift in the mail. That was cool. Okay. All right. Now it's nice and moistened, dampened. Do you want to use the word moist? Okay, there we go. Let's try this out. All right. Now we'll smooth it into place. Okay. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. All right, you guys. We had enough time to fight with this paper that General Gumdrop, who's running a little late, might have time to make it. Look at that.
It's all part of the plan.
It's all, yeah, exactly. Okay. All right, it's nice and smooth. It does feel different than the other paper. I like the feel of the other paper better. I like the way the water comes through, but for some reason, that other paper is acting out today. So let's see what happens with this one. I might need to use 2 layers of the other one, but then, What? You're putting spikes? There's General Gumdrop. It will weigh itself down on the edges then. Okay, so but if it's touching in the water on the edges, so like don't do that. Somebody said leave it like that on the edges. No. And then Shark in the Box goes along and puts corks all over the spikes. What a day! And it hasn't even started. This? No. Now they've gone wonky. They're losing their shit out there. You can tell it's Sunday. Okay, I'm gonna cut that overhang off so that I can put a little water in there. I don't have the same kind of squirter that you guys were talking about, but what I do have like a like picnic squirters, and I took one of those and I filled it with distilled water to see if we can get this problem with the curling. How are you supposed to sit now with a spike in your butt? Okay. All right, we're about to give this one a try. Now, does it have enough water? Yep, it makes a pool when I put my finger on it. All right. Okay, one more time. If it doesn't work this time, we're just running with this. Okay, back to those colors. Back to those colors. And I repeated this one already, like, what, 6 times? Okay, buckskin. That is olive flesh, which is an off-white, a warm off-white. Usually cork with a little off-white will make a color similar to this. We're going to probably use a lot of that. We're going to use that one for several things. So, what colors? I know, right? You're so terrible. What is, oh, AJ, okay, later. Wait, let me click on it now, and then I'll save it. And then pause. Okay. Yellow ochre. These are the colors I used on my buckskin on my my snow giant, if you remember the Reaper snow giant. Actually, there's probably quite a few of you. Let me grab Reaper snow giant. She is on a huge... She got moved. Just mucklucks. I think they're mucklucks that she has on. must have gone over to this display. Wow, where is Reaper Giant? Where's my Snow Giant? Hang on, guys. I'm going to check the display shelf.
Also the 17 years.
I don't know where she went. I took her, she's probably in the out of the dust place. You swing from the sails. You could be like a wasp with the spike and the, like, ketchup's all over the deck. Oh no. Yellow orc, what? What? Oh, I might get another. Well, then I can make a mini skirt out of the second one. You'll have to send me a different size, and then I can wear the idol painter on my booty. Those are the two best billboards I have. One's my assets, and the other's my boot board. Oh no, seriously? Right, AJ? Get out of their way. They go, okay, look, it's not doing it. It's not doing it. Now, if the sides don't curl on this, then this ends up being the winner, right? I'm going to still try 2 layers of the other one in case, because I got to use it for something. I mean, I could send it back, but, you know. But it's holding. So, I'm good. Okay. Then we had lavender for the hair. And I was having some purple to jazz it up a little bit in there, and then dark purple for the shadows. And of course, you gotta have a green for shadows. As we move forward. Oop, oop, oop. Ooh, these colors are warm today. You know what it is? The weather's warming up outside. I betcha. What? That chaos rat, I'm telling you. Yeah, because the paints are under pressure. Like when you open them, they are oozing out the top. All right, then we had red for the hat. And I got a nice dark reddish brown for the shadows. We're also going to use some transparent black. And then I got transparent red and regular red for that. I use a transparent red for glazing in the shadows. Just to let you know. I know, he's amazing, isn't he? That rat. Okay. Then we've got, of course, the blacks and the whites. And remember, so we have a gray feather, right? So you guys can just mix black and white and make your gray feather. And then we can just highlight it with white. Or you can use a pre-made gray if you want to. Hello, Captain Lady Gray. Now, this is what I like the palette to look like. Okay, colors along the side until we get where we're going. I like to be the one to mix them. I don't like my palette to mix them for me. No. General Gumdrop, you probably need half as much paint as what you see here. I like everybody to be able to see it. And then if you guys want to do the face, so what I did here is I didn't do the zenithal highlighting because I left it so that I could show General Gumdrop how to do it with ink. Okay? And so some people do not have a airbrush at their disposal. So I like to show everybody how to do it with a little white ink, the zenithal highlighting. And you can use paint to do it, but you can thin your regular paint, but it does not, there's not as much pigment as there is in ink. So by the time that you dry the excess off of the brush when you're using ink, you get a much thinner gradient on it. All right, so yeah, and then I don't really know that I need this gray because I can mix one. So I chose for the skin a triad. You guys have a triad for skin, some 3 colors, and then you can use you mix a little bit of white into the lighter color to make your highlights on your skin, and then we'll probably put a little green glaze in the shadows if you have a clear green. Okay, so transparent green. You can use this green by Army Painter. You can use a green ink. Now, when I'm doing shadows on skin, I do prefer something that's a little towards the olive type of green. So this one works really good, but you got to use a lot of glazes of it. So if you have transparent green by Pro Krill, that's a really good choice. There is inks that you can get that's olive green ink, like by Dealer Rowney. Also those intensity colors and the clears by Reaper. So all of these are kind of in the ink category. I mean, when I'm talking about glazing skin, not if I'm specifically talking about painting with ink. Okay, just to let you know. I have several colors. I've got the intensity in green. I've got the P3. By the way, the P3 inks are really nice if you guys have never used them. That is amazing, Lady Gray. Huzzah, girl. Huzzah. Right on. So the thing that you should know about the P3s is that the green and the turquoise. Thank you so much for that follow, Zelmore. Thank you. What? Which paints? We opened paints last night.
Use your teeth.
No. The tip. Wait, don't squeeze hard. Okay, wait. This, twist. Twist. Be careful. Be careful. Only twist it open a little bit. A little bit. If you twist it open all the way and you squeeze it, you're going to waste your paint really fast. So only open it a little bit and let a little bit out. And when you close it, there'll still be a little drop on the top that you want to get on your palette also. So just open it a little, screw it open a little bit and put out a little bit. Like, you don't want a drop that's any bigger than, like, if you sliced a pea in half. Like a regular green pea, if you slice it in half, you put a little, and that's a lot of paint for a mini. You just caught a knuckle. What? Did you cut your knuckle? Oops.
No, cut yourself. Cut yourself, people.
I'm strong to the finish because I me spit. Oh my gosh, you are on a roll, mate. Did you stream today?
How much Coke have you done?
How much Coke have you drank today? Oh, you got bit by the glass. Isn't that part of your relationship with it, though? So this color, light umber that we're using in the skin, is also actually really good for working into your buckskin. All right, and then we need a transparent green. So I'm gonna see. This one's got a little bit of blue in it, so I'm just letting you guys know. Do you see that? The P3 turquoise and green are very close to the same. They really are. I don't think that, I don't see that there's that much, just a little bit more blue in the turquoise, not much. You're currently living in the red. So the color that I really like is the green by, this is the ink I'm loving right now. If I had some Dealer Roundy, that's always going to be my first choice because the intensity, you just can't beat it. Mountain Dew Code. Oh, okay. The thing is that this one is a little bit, got a little blue in it. See it? Now, the transparent green by Procryl does not. It's nice and green. Let's take a look at that. Hold on. So if you have this one on your desk, this is a real good choice. If you have this one on your desk, because it's, I actually need to have white paper at my desk. Interesting. Hang tight. Somebody take the energy drinks away from that rat. He's lost it. There's a reason we call him the crazy ship rat, you know. So I'm gonna put a little bit of these out here. I'm actually gonna put a little bit of this off in the corner in case I decide I don't like this ink. But let's just take a look at the ink colors. You know, when you guys, that's one of the things is that the computer, interesting. One of my ugly brushes got into something bad. Sorry, guys. Damn. Okay. Ugly brush. Procryl. Intensity ink, green. Green Stuff World. T3. Just wait for it, wait for it. Army Painter. Tone. Oh my God. Leave it to me. I can't believe I didn't even know. You know what? That's just typical. That I didn't know that I had that. Okay. So one thing that I am actually that is missing on my desk right now. Let's move this guy aside. Okay, here's this. So remember what I said? If I had ink, if I had an olive green ink, that's what I would choose to use. Well, Speed Dry. Now, one thing that is actually I should have, but now I get to thinking maybe they expected you to make the green is when I bought that starter pack of the Liquitex, I could have swore that one of the colors was green. But I'm looking around on the desk. I see black, I see blue, I see red. I see yellow. There's raw umber, and then there's white, and that's 6. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, so it actually did not come with the green. I wasn't worried about it because what's going on? What's going on? Okay. That is Speed Dry. And that green is Folkstone. But this is the one that I picked up. Wait, actually, no, sorry. This is Grecian Olive. Grecian Olive, and oh, this is the one where the inks exploded. This is Chiffon Green. This one here is Chiffon Green. And this is the Grecian Olive. And this is the one, that's what I like the best. All right, so what I want you to notice when you're looking at all of these is how all 3 of these look so similar. So the transparent green by Procryls has a little bit of, it has more depth to it and complexity in its colors. And then the Intensity ink, and the P3 are close. I think that the P3, that's the P3. I think that there's a little bit more blue in the P3 and a little bit more green in the Intensity. This color can be mixed with raw umber to create this color. Just to let you know, if you have a Christmassy green ink and you have a raw umber ink, you can create a really nice olive. So just to let you know when you're making shadows. I really do like olives in the shadows. Generally speaking, it's the choice that people choose. He is, oh, is it as in like painting Warhammer? Is it like painting Warhammer? Or is he going to be lighting things on fire and getting paid to do it? Okay, so those are all of your different greens. Oh, right on. The other thing you can do is you can take, let me see if I have one on my desk here. You can take this is in reference to the green for the skin. You can take an olive green color. Camel green is your kind of olivey color by Procryl. Wow, that's a lot of paint. Okay. Wow, there's something going on, man. My paints are, when I open them, they're just oozing out the top. Right on, Zelius. Okay, it's not fair if I've already got a color from another. Okay, so you can thin. Really thin. There you go. Just really thin. Put a little mixing medium and it helps hold the paint together. But you can take an olive green paint and you can really thin it, and then you don't have to use the others. I find that the glazing with the thinner colors, with the more pigment, is better. You'll notice as we thin this to that consistency how we lose color, because there's more pigment in inks. That's wonderful. I wish you all the luck in the world, Zelius. Commissions by the Rat. All right. Now, the first thing we're going to do is get that white ink, which I had out here for General Gumdrop. There we go. If you have white ink, that's what I'm going to recommend. If you have a big soft watercolor brush, that's what I'm going to recommend. what I recommended to General Gumdrop was a makeup brush. If you guys can clean a makeup brush, and it's got a soft round head, it's shaped a little bit like this. That's another thing you can use, because you really do want a soft calm rations. Oh, that's good, Zelius. That's good. Calm rations. I'm gonna take a small piece of palette paper that's already pre-wet that I was working with a minute ago. I'm gonna use that for my ink while I do this, and then when I'm done with that, I'll just throw it away. You going down to the galley for some food? Okay, all right. Bring something up for everybody. You know they'll want whatever you have, AJ. All right. So you put a little bit of your white ink. A cap. Just a cap. I save these little scoops to put ink in, then throw them away when I'm done. Little caps off of bottles, things like that come in really handy for your inks. And remember, when you're doing your inks, I'm going to see about moving that down here for a second so you guys get a good look at it. Remember, when we're doing this, the first thing you want to do is you want to wet your brush. Remember that. Before you put the brush in the paint or the ink, always wet the brush. Eek.
Yeah.
Can I get this from you? All right. Now, you want to take the excess water off the brush by pressing the brush. So we don't want that water. That water, when you're using inks, tends to thin the ink and cause it to smear, and we're trying not to smear. So you put your finger on it and really dry your brush out nicely. It's going to be damp, but not wet per se. All right. Then you're going to take up a little bit of your ink and you're going to smear it out like that, so that you've got, right, a little, and then you want to take that excess off on the paper towel. So we're going to blot it off.
Rejected.
Rejected. Okay. And when you touch your glove with that's too much. You don't want to dry brush. You want a little more moisture in this brush than if you're dry brushing. Okay? But you also don't want a lot of paint coming off. And remember, when you go to touch your model with the brush, find a spot that you can kind of do a little wisp on to make sure you don't have too much paint. So it's a butterfly kiss. Remember, like if you were touching a butterfly's wing, how you just don't want to disturb the structure of the wing. So you want to touch really lightly. And if you get like, that's a lot. So if you get a whole lot of paint like that, you got to go back and kind of maybe rub it around a little bit and take some of that excess off there. You have to kind of, this is a learning thing. Take the excess off. You see how you don't even hardly see any of it on there? There. See how that looks when I dust it, or when I... You're not painting, and it's a little bit more than dry brushing, but then what'll end up happening is, as you do this, it'll start to become dry brushing with ink. But that's what you want it to look like. You're touching lightly, and it should look like this. General Gumdrop. That's what you're looking for. Okay? So you don't want it to be slobbery paint everywhere. You want it to be really light. And then you're going to do a second. And so this is like dry brushing with ink, but there's just a little bit more moisture. And I do mean ever so much little than when you're dry brushing, you guys. Because you do want to kind of get a crispy light. And you want to go the opposite direction. So like if the hat is going, say, north and south, don't go this way, right? You want to go this way. I'm going to go the opposite direction as the lines so that you can get those crisp lines on either side. You see how that works? See how that line is crisp on one side and crisp on the other side? And the way that happens is you drag the brush one way and then you drag the brush the other way. She's probably not going to have but maybe a little bit of a highlight. And you should have to kind of rub with your brush a little bit as you go forward. That's when it comes, as the brush dries out, you can also do a little bit of dry brushing to get this zenithal highlighting. And get that excess off there. You don't want too much. Sometimes a piece of paper the same color as your primer helps. Now, as we get those beautiful sunlight coming in, that's where the sunlight's coming in, right? And we're coming from the direction of the sun too. So we're going to touch the miniature in the direction the sun is coming down. So we're not going to turn the miniature upside down and do that, because that's not where the sun is coming from. That's where all your shadows are. So you want to leave them alone. So up here. There's maybe going to be a little bit right on the side of this hat. We think that she might have a little highlight there. And dragging little tiny bits of ink every time. You do not need to rinse in between while you're doing this. You want to make sure it's pretty dry, and you're going to come in there and we're going to hit a little bit on the side of the hat there, because we think that maybe right here where the sun is coming in, we're going to be getting a little bit more highlighting there. Okay? Now, the areas where the sun is not coming down, as the gets a little bit dry, you could just do a little tiny bit, a little touch of this, right? Just to kind of pick out, you can kind of see, so you can, just so that you guys can see your detail. Just a little bit. You know, like there's a little bit of light floating in there. Same thing, we're going to come to the front here, and so this hat would be blocking some light. But in our world, we kind of want to pretend like the light's coming from like right about here. So we do kind of want to come in here. And we want to be careful not to get this all over the face and smear up the face. We are going to be painting over those eyes here in a minute. Okay. And this is a very light touch. Make sure you try to dry that brush off a little bit more when you get up here and you're doing this part on her face. You see how that works? This is why we use ink, so we don't end up with that chalky, nasty white all over her. And even if you did this with an airbrush, you can still come in here and do this again. Just to get these lights, okay? See what we're doing? I'm pulling down on this part, okay? I'm gonna rub a little highlight on her gun there, right? See how that's working? I'm letting the brush dry out a little bit. Now I'm going back for some ink. All right. Drying that ink off. This is going to help you to kind of see your details. You can just put a little bit on this hair out there, a little bit. Little tiny bit there. But really, you want to kind of keep that light all in the area. And that is zenithal highlighting with a brush. All right. The important part, that's a big one. Making a big highlight there. I got some more ink. This is right in the sunlight. Just put a little bit more ink on that, and right here on a few areas, I'm going to come in with that because I want that light. There. This is Midnight Heroes. I'm hoping you put that in the in today's what we're doing, Geek. You did put Midnight Heroes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a Midnight Heroes chibi. All right. And then I put a little layer. So notice how I came back with the white, right? Just come back with the white, and these areas that I want those really crisp. We can really get that sun coming in. Okay. There we go. So now we're getting that sun coming in. Welcome, Mage Tails. Welcome to the ship. There we go. There. Okay, so it should look a little something like this. And if you zenithal highlight with an airbrush, okay, you can still come in with your regular brush and do this. And one of the things I like to do is just kind of softly. I go over the. She's got so many little. Let's look at this. Look at this. You see them all, and I kind of like to see them all. So it helps me to kind of see what's going on. These are still in the shadows. I just put a very, very soft dry brushing of a little white ink. It gets better. Okay. Now you're going to rinse that brush. And fair warning, have a separate rinser for your white. If you guys are using a lot of white that day, white milkies up all your colors. So if you're using white, I highly recommend that you have a separate bucket just for your whites so you can rinse them out in there first. Hello, K-Sauce. They're very affordable also, Mage Tails. Oh, and we're doing an event. So if you use, if you go to Midnight Heroes and you find something you like, Mage Tails, use the code CAPT MADDLOVE. If I can get a shout out on that, anybody for Mage Tails, you will get 20% off right now. And they have all kinds of good stuff. All right. Ink, brushes, clean with your soap when you're done. Okay, ink likes to dry on the brush as you're using it, so it'll terrorize a brush if you don't clean it when you're done before you put it away. All right. Now we should have colors out and something that looks a little bit like this. But first, we're going to just take a quick pause to see if there's any questions before we move forward. And I will wait because I know there's a delay. I'm so excited, Zelius. Please send me a rate sheet and all of your information. And I'll try not to drink the sloppy paint water on the side here. Geek cleaned up the palette for you guys. Okay, yeah, then we can get rid of this so that you guys can just see everything that's going on the palette today. And that big block of purple is not covering it anymore. So we have no questions. Everybody's got their colors out and we're ready to block in. Are we ready to go? I'm going to get an answer from General Gumdrop. General Gumdrop is just joining us and just starting, you guys. So we want to make sure that she was able to get the zenithal highlighting. It's very trying, General Gumdrop, so it's not the kind of thing that's super easy, but basically you got it? Okay, now what I want you to do for me is I want you to photograph the front and the back of yours and save that, okay? So that you can send me your progress reports so that as you move forward, I'm able to help you analyze, like if you don't like something or you do like something, so we can analyze those things as you go along. It also helps you with your progress. So take a picture from the front and the back. Did you happen to get a lamp, honey? Did you manage to round up a lamp somewhere in the house? Excellent. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better because I know you're really struggling yesterday with the lighting. I know it's really, man, when I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, I have like 6 or 8 lights so that I can make sure there's light coming in from everywhere so you guys can see and I can see. Okay, we're ready to go then. So the first thing that we're going to do after you've done that zenithal highlighting, and I think that some folks might be a little bit ahead of us, is you're going to take your, now the color I use in the whites of my eyes is a tiny bit, so I use, and it is a color called Pale Yellow. It is by Monument Hobbies, okay? This is like my eyeball color. Like this is the white of the eyes on everything. I pretty much use this. Now, unless it is a being that is like made of ice, then I use gray. So what I'm going to tell you is, if you do not have this color, the tiniest bit of a yellow mixed with a little ivory white will make this color for you, okay? Then what I want you to do is I want you to paint. So before coming to this, if you were a patron, you would have known that your miniature would be primed either dark gray with zenithal or black with zenithal. Then we're going to paint the inside of the eyeballs. You're going to need 3 coats. And if you're painting a different chibi, that's fine too. It doesn't have to be Captain Sedi. This just happens to be the one that we're working on. What I want you to do is I want you to stay in the recesses, okay, of the eyeball area. If you mess up, you get a little bit of your skin primer, your black color or gray, and you go back and you just kind of clean it up a little bit, okay? Because what we do want when we're done is we do want there to be, well, on this miniature, she has like an eyelash, and we want that to be black. And we will actually have to go in, believe it or not, and make that black after this zenithal highlighting. So you're going to go ahead and put 3 coats of that on both eyeballs. Now, I like to put the whites of the eyes in as I'm moving forward. Let me show you one that I'm doing, that I am giving as an example for our class next weekend with Reaper. So people have different opinions about this, whether we should do the skin before the eyes or the eyes before the skin. For me, I find the eyes to be more challenging when I'm painting them than I do the skin. So if I mess up on the skin and get it in a perfectly done eye, that stresses me. But if I mess up the eye and I get it on the skin, I have an easier time repairing it. In the case of that, with chibis, there's so much space, I don't really find myself messing up with the eye getting it on the skin very often. Also, I try to leave on most of my minis eyeliner, especially if they're girls. You know, little black eyeliner. I think it really makes the eyes look even bigger. As if their eyes need to look any bigger, right? Okay. Oh, hang on. Oh. This shirt that the idol painter gave me is warm. Hang on. My chair's being a dick. There we go. Okay. All right, so you guys go ahead and get that part. I've got mine down there at the other end. There we go. And the first layer that I put in there, I barely thin the paint at all because you are covering black. I gotta put my hood on for this. So the first layer, I barely thin the paint. So it's like maybe half and half. Second time, whole milk. Third time, skin milk. You know, and everybody has a system that, yeah, so see, that's what I do is, now in this case, I painted it, but usually what I will do is I will prime the mini, I will black the eye, and then I will do the white in the eye. So like that one right there, that's how that was done usually. The skin goes on. And I just painted right over the eye, and then I went in with the black. In this case, we're going to be doing the skin separately because the skin, so we weren't doing a thing on just the skin. So it kind of messes up the system. The fact that she's primed with black already gives me that black background that I like to see on the eyes. I find people find it easier to black the eye and leave eyeliner than they do to make a perfect eye and then try to make eyeliner around it. So everybody that that did the eyes with me said it was a lot easier to do it that way. So that's why I go in and white out the eyes after we've blacked them. Now, in this case, we don't need to black them again. Also, I find that when the eye is black behind the white, it gives the eyeball a little more depth. I think. All right, so we're going to go in for the eyes. You guys got 2 eyes to do. I already did one so that I could show you what it was that I wanted you to see. We're going to go in. Remember, that first layer, barely thinned paint. You just want it to be smooth. Paint that is thinned enough to be smooth. Try to stay inside the recesses of your chibi's eye, if you can. Don't touch it too much. Remember, your paint will rip. Exactly. Mage Tails, exactly. Okay. Now, we're never going to paint it once. Look what you get when you paint it once over black, okay? You can kind of see the, hold on, glasses. There we go. Right? See that eye? Nice. This eye? Blotchy like frog. Okay. We don't want, unless it's a frog. If it's a frog, then maybe you want it that way. Okay, you want to let that dry. Usually dries pretty quickly. Then you're going to go for that maybe 2% milk. Okay? Now, paint on the brush. Small amounts of paint. So General Gumdrop has probably never heard this before. Okay. Let's just, for those of you that have, you just have to bear with it. You guys just paint your eyes because you already know. So, we got the ferrule, the handle, the bristles. This part, hold on, we get poker, red poker. This part, the center of the bristles is called the belly, right where the brush comes out in the middle. Do not let your paint pass the belly. Okay, you want your paint to be at approximately the first 25 to 30% of the brush and no more. Okay, and when you pull it, you've got this thin paint, you put a little bit on your brush, and when you pull it off the palette, go tap, tap on your paper towel. Tap, tap, so that the excess water in the belly isn't there, and then you don't risk it spooging into recesses where you don't want it. The gloves come in really handy. General Gumdrop doesn't know this, just starting. Not to call you out all the time, Gumdrop, but we want everybody to know what we're talking about. So one of the things that you can practice, brushes need to stay with a nice tip. So you guys can use your glove to roll that tip. So you get a nice pointy tip. Okay. You can also learn to do that on your palette. When you pull it out of the paint, roll your brush and make that tip pointy. Tap, tap on the paper towel sometimes causes the bristles to splay a little. So rolling it just before you touch the mini on your glove, that's why you see my gloves painted all the time. All right, now we're going in with that whole milk consistency. 2% whole, those guys are pretty close. Painting from the corner, that's another thing. Painting from the corner of your eye. So you start there and go this way to the middle of the eye. Then we go to the other corner and we pull to the middle of the eye. Why do we do that? Because if you pull to the corner of the eye or the bottom of the eye or the top of the eye, remember when you lift your brush how that's where the most paint is? So if you pull to the corner of her eye and you pick up the brush, that little dollop of paint might end up in the crack on the side of her eye. Then you get that whole recess on the outside of her eye all filled with too much paint. Then you've got to let that dry. One of the things that I recommend is a blow dryer. Excuse me for just a minute. That'll speed you up double time. Oh, are you still out there, Idle Painter? Thank you. This is Captain Sedi from Midnight Heroes, and they have a special going on right now. If you use our code, you get 20% off, and wait till you see, oh gosh darn it, his name is Grot. Is his name Grot, Grunt, Groot? I forgot his name. Grat. Anyway, wait till you see him. He's got great big tusks in the bottom of his face, and he's so cute. Okay, this paper curls. We're taking a pause. I'm on the third coat on the other eye. Now, this is where I want you guys to see it, okay? See? Look what the paper's doing. Over here. Do you see it? That's what I'm talking about. And then my paint, so as you'll notice, right now my paint is in there, right? And so it starts to curl it back on itself. And the edge, yes, the edge of the paper is touching. It's touching where, like, it's touching the water. Oh, and I did a thing. But can you see how that would be like it'll create a catastrophe? Correct. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. That it shouldn't either. That's one of the things that I was finding. The problem is, be sure to keep your eyes open, General Gumdrop, for fibers. I want to know, so the last one I had fiber problems. I'm going to cut it back, you guys, a little short. I'm going to cut it back a little bit short towards the palette to see if maybe that might not prevent it. I'm trying all the different things because everybody tells me that this paper is like supposed to be the bee's knees. Okay, so I'm going to try that. General Gumdrop is doing the experiment with the paper by Army Painter. She's doing the Army Painter experiment on her end so that I don't have to buy all the papers. All right, I'm going back to the eyeball. Sorry for those of you guys that paint a little faster. All right, remember, I'm going to put my paper towel over here today. I'm going to back this up just a wee bit. All right, so that you guys can see my motions today. I want you guys to see my motions as we go through this. There we go. Is that good and clear? Good and clear. You're painting Captain Dave Big Claw. Oh! Well, you can totally link that in the chat for people to see if you want. But I want you guys to watch the motions so that you can kind of see what is going on. All right? And we're going to do this again. Now I'm going to go towards the corner a little bit because she needs a little bit more paint in the corner of her eye. So remember, wherever you pick up the brush, that's always where it leaves the most paint. Now, it may seem to you, General Gumdrop, like this paint is very thin, and it should be. It should take about 3 layers when you're doing this before you actually cover. The mistake that people make, and I'm not going to do this with my good brush, but I'm going to show you with an ugly brush, okay? So this is what you don't want. This is not what your brush should ever look like. See that? Don't want that. Okay? Also, let's focus in really close. And you never want this. That is so much paint, and that makes streaks, and it's globby, and there's bumps on your mini, and that's not how to do it. I mean, you can do it that way. It'll paint the mini. Don't get me wrong. I'm not arguing with that, but that's not what you want to see. So if you have a beautiful clean brush and you're using, say, your size 2, right? Hello, Paul John, and welcome. Thank you for tuning in on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. That's ugly brush. That's ugly brush. They take a beating. So you got a nice clean brush. Let's focus in on this glove here. You got a nice clean brush. All right. You got your paint nice and thin. For real. It soaks up to the belly. You'll see a little discoloration, but where you see the paint is mostly on the tip of the brush. And as you notice when we stroke the paint, do you see how the paint kind of builds up more where we lift the brush? So if you watch me move across this, always the direction that we pick up the brush. And so when you're painting, you do want to be making nice little strokes like that and moving away from the crack. So if there's a crack in your mini or a recess, an indentation, you want to move away from it or with it most of the time. Now, sometimes you're going to go in there for shadows and stuff like that. That's the exception. But when you're painting the surface, you kind of want to be moving away from that so it doesn't collect all inside that recess. And you can use the paint without even thinning it because you have Pro Krill if you're applying small amounts of paint to something. This eye needed a little bit more. It needed one more layer to make it right because I thinned my paints. And there's what you want. 2. Yeah, I use, I like the Army Painter tones. I really do. That's one of the things that we're going to work on. Everybody that's, the other thing is the transparent Reapers seem to be pretty good, but these are, there's just nothing like them. They are amazing. The Army Painter tones, you can get every color for like $30, and I use them in everything. Like I use them for tinting paint, I use them for glazing, I just use them all the time. All right, so now we have this and we're ready to block colors, you guys. Ready, Freddy, okay? All right, everybody got their eyes in? Now, the strangest thing that I want you to do before we get started, it's gonna seem very, very weird, okay? But I do want you to go to the color that is the darkest of your skin colors. So remember that we chose a kind of a light brown, all right? So we have this kind of mud color, right? So I would like you to take that. In my case, it's kind of a mud color. I don't know what color you're making your guy, but whatever triad you have, you're gonna have a triad. Let's go over here to the skin colors. Okay, I want to show you something, right? Here's the skin colors, right? This is the lightest. This is I put them in the wrong order. You know what? Hang on. I want to do this for you guys. I want to do this for you guys. You got that right, Geek?
Yeah.
Hang tight.
I'm reminding you, take the dog out.
It's easier for me to do it for you guys. I want to teach you right from the beginning. Okay. Darkest color of skin, medium color of skin, lightest color of skin. Okay? This is not my sexy skin recipe. Okay? This is my more animated skin recipe. Okay? So I'm not trying to make super hyper realistic human being here. We're just trying to make a little animated character. Well, hello, James. How are you? You found me on YouTube. Well, welcome to the ship. That's really good to hear. Thank you for letting me know that. We are doing a little paint along on a Captain Sedi chibi. Palette. What about the palette? Oh, can you see? You can see the palette, Scooter? What do you need, honey? Are we good?
Okay. Coffee?
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, you're good. Okay. All right. So here we have. Okay, guys. Now, the other thing that I have here over here on this end, I put a lot of this. This is that olive. It's an off-white. You guys can use a beige, an ivory. This is kind of a sandy ivory color. It is olive flesh. It is by Procryl. So if you have Procryl, it's going to be the olive flesh. Now that's going to be the color that I use as highlights when I go to bring the skin color over here up. The reason I put it at the other end of the palette was because there was so much of it and I want it to be in one place as I disperse it out across the palette in all directions. Okay, so with this little guy, one of the things that we're going to do is in mixing the skin, I will mix the colors together. So you will mix part of one. We will not use our good brush for that. Ugly brush for mixing. Okay, so you will take the medium color here in the middle and you're going to mix these two colors. You're going to mix them half and half. This is pretty much your medium color. There's going to be more shadow than what is actually here. So you'll mix this medium color. Half of one and half of the other. Were you here to put out the palette, General Gumdrop? Hang on just a minute, you guys. I want to make sure that General Gumdrop was a little bit late today. And I'm going to stay, you guys. We're here for a good period of time, at least. Okay. Yeah, and you know what? I actually did that and had to peel mine off and start over. So, do you want to peel yours off and start over? That's what I had to do. I had to dump the excess water off because the other palette paper I was using went sideways on me. So if you want to peel yours off and start over with the colors, I will go through the colors again with you while everybody blocks in. I'll tell them what to block in, and then I can go through the colors with you if you want to do that. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm going to get your notepads out. She looks like a sticker. Oh, yeah, she does, Juju. All right, I'm going to give you guys the colors so you can block in. Okay, so you've got that medium skin tone mixed. And what I want you to do is I want you to paint that all over her face. She has gloves on, so she doesn't need any on her hands. There might be two little areas that if you wanted to make her legs naked, I just make pants on her. So you're going to paint her face with that, right? And then you're going to paint, so her hair is lavender. So you will paint the lavender on her hair. Her hat is red. Try not to use too much paint, you guys. Thin your paint. You zenithal highlighted it for a reason. Thin your paint, okay? So your zenithal highlighting shows through, and you don't, these little recesses, you don't want to fill them with paint, so be sure to pick that up. You're going to make her cloak. We chose buckskin. The medium color on the buckskin is the ochre. So on the ochre, like the skin, half and half. Watch that color bloom. And there's your buckskin color. Right there, okay? So that's the color of her coat. You'll block that in. I'm gonna let you guys decide which metallic you wanna make her gun, okay? We're going to do black boots because we don't want to draw too much attention to the boots, okay? This is a bandana around her head, and we're going to wait on the bandana. Don't paint that. That's not part of her hat, okay? That's the bandana. Her feather is gray. Everybody voted gray on the feather, okay? I'm going to make a little white blouse on mine. And then I'm going to make a little leather belt. I don't want to detract too much attention. I'm probably going to make this belt red like her hat. Okay. And the skirt in the back, I'm actually not really going to add any color. I'm going to glaze it. I'm going to cheat and I'm going to glaze a color glaze in there. And it's going to make the black, it's going to tint it a color like blue black or purple black or whatever glaze I put in there. So I will cheat on her outfit like that. And then her gloves, we can make her gloves match her cloak. Oh, thank you so much, James. Thank you. I appreciate that compliment. All right, so you guys got it? Did you get your sticky note? And then I'm going to, General Gumdrop, you peeled yours, threw that palette away, and then we're going to do it and put a new paper down. Once you're ready for colors, we'll do it again. And if anybody else is behind, okay. You got your new one down. Are we ready for colors? And then we'll go through the colors again for General Gumdrop so that she's being really new at this, there's, you know, okay, we got to put the colors down. Okay, all right. So we have the reds. The reds were on your end. We had the transparent red, the pie roll red, and then transparent black was going to be your shadow on that, because you're so she's missing some of the colors, you guys, so I'm substituting. If you guys don't have all these colors, you can totally substitute too. So instead of the mahogany, she's using the transparent black for shadows on hers. So you've got a pie roll red, a little bit of transparent red, and transparent black on your palette for the hat. Now let me know when you got that down, and then we'll go number next. We're gonna do it again, James. We're gonna do it again. It turned out to be a lot more popular than I thought. Also, James, if you go look at ReaperCon, the ReaperCon is coming up next weekend. I don't know if you have any chibis in your arsenal, but I'm doing a tutorial on chibis on Saturday for Reaper. And then next Sunday, I'm going to be also doing Chibi Dynamics, hosted by Reaper. So you could join us then if you have any chibis. There's a little lag, so I'm guessing she's got those. Okay, are we on to number next now? So now we've got the hat. Remember, you were doing your feather a different color, so choose a light color and a dark color of whatever feather color you want. And put some of that on your palette. Hydrate. What do you guys think about matching her bandana to her feather? It'll break up the monotony between her hat, her face, and her hair. And we could have this really nice gray feather, and we could make this bandana gray. What do you guys think about that? I think it'll kind of accessorize it and make it go together. So General Gumdrop, that means that whatever color you choose for your feather, your bandana is going to be that color. Oh, totally, Scooter. Okay, so the hat was red, right? So for your hat, you needed a really dark red brown. You can also use a brown black. Okay. A real dark red brown. Scooter, do you have the Pro Krills? Or are you... The burnt sienna had too much orange. Remember, General Gumdrop? It's too much orange. But in a pinch, General Gumdrop, in a pinch, you can mix a little burnt sienna and a little red with a little black, and you will get a good shadow color. All but the base. Oh, you have Pro Krills. Okay. Well, then in that case, wait. All but the base colors? Okay, wait, I'm confused. Hold on just a second, you guys. All but the base means, yes, you have them, but you don't have the base set? Or, and then no base set. Okay, but if you ordered them all, oh, it's on a boat somewhere. Okay. So the thing is that the base set is all that's if you have them all, or did you just, is what you're saying? Okay, I'm not trying to be confusing you guys. Is what you're saying that you ordered the extension sets? Not so like. General Gumdrop has all the paints, except for the few that are missing because there was no base set available. You just bought the extension sets and not the base set. It's the one coming on the boat. Okay, so, all right, so, starting from the beginning, we're starting with the hat, okay? You're going to choose a bright red. If you have this color, Pyrol Red, this is what we're using. So you're just choosing a bright red. Whatever you've got on your desk, bright red. secondary color. If you have a transparent, any transparent, whether it be ink or whatever, you want a red. It's transparent red. Okay? Then, to make the shadow for the hat, you have options. Okay? You can get a brown black. You can get a brown red. You can mix a little bit of black with your red. Specifically, if you have Pro Krills, transparent red and transparent black, yes. General Gumdrop, transparent black and transparent red, yes. Shadows for hat. And when I get to the hat, I will also remind you of that. So, now now we go from the hat. You've got your feather colors down. The feather was gray, so we made a decision. Hey guys, let's not stress gray. Black and white. Put black and white on your palette and make whatever color gray you want. Okay, we need a medium gray for a feather. Okay, so that it can have shadows, and we're going to make a little black tip on it. You know, like a sexy birdie feather kind of thing. General Gumdrop, you'll choose 2 colors of whatever you're wanting your feather to be. And then from the expansion set, there is a color called Faded Purple. You guys that do not have these, lavender. Okay? This is the color of her hair. This was the vote for the color of the hair. If you do not have lavender, anybody doesn't have a lavender, okay? Purple and white. Purple and white. Choose a decent color of purple, get a white out, mix them together till it's a lavender you like. That. Then you're going to need a dark purple for the shadows in the hair. You do not need this magenta. You don't need it. I'm going to sauce up her hair a little bit with it, but you can see the colors, real dark purple, a real lightish white purple, and kind of a reddish purple. This is technically, that's technically magenta. The color of my lips is magenta. Okay, it's towards the red end a little bit. But you guys, if you want to put some of that out there, violet, some companies may call it violet. Some companies call it magenta. Some companies call it purple. Some companies call it fuchsia. But I'm showing it to you so you can see what we're talking. Now, my camera has a little bit more red in it, so you could even go a little bit more towards the purple end on that one, if you want to put it in there. This is we're going to do some sexy hair. Animated hair. This is not my recipe for sexy human hair. But actually, I have a human hair. I shall show you. And her hair is the colors we are talking about. So as you can see, those colors, let's just get a little closer to her. There you go. There you go. That's those colors. Okay? So we're mixing it up, mix it up a little bit. Yeah, I know you do, Samini. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? How is my sweet, sweet sensei? I saw that you finished. Okay, but I can't get sidetracked. I got to stay here on this. Okay, so we get done with the colors. Okay, so now we've got the hat and we've got the hair. Now, you guys choose any triad of skin. And triad is what they refer to, the 3 colors. Now, skin has a lot more colors in that. Okay, but like I said, you're lurking as usual. Okay. So, what I want you to know about your skin triad, let me make sure I get the right ones here. That's not it. No, that's this one. Is that any company, Gene Stealer Purple, you know what? Whichever one. Yes. Some companies do. You are right, Mage Tales. So you're going to choose a triad of flesh tones. And there's so many different words for it, okay? So in your case, General Gumdrop, you did not get one of these. So you do have the shadow flesh. Then you have a pink, a pale pink. And that would work, or anything that any one of them that looks peach flesh tone. Now remember what I told you. This color, so the Shadow Flesh by Procryl, mixed with the Olive Flesh. Let's just discuss that for a second. Okay, let's just look at that. Let's get our paper back out. Hold on. Here she is. All right. So I don't want you guys to stress your skin. All right. So let's just do this for a second. Just take a second out. All right. Sometimes we got to go through some of these things because not everybody has the same thing on their desk, and I want you guys to be able to accomplish it. Okay. Let's not pay any attention to the green. That's just getting excited over here. All right. So here we have this white. I'll see you later, Idol. Thank you. You're so welcome. Of course. Thank you for the gift. I don't win things very often. I actually don't enter. I don't enter hardly any of the drawings anywhere. The gifts that I've received were always from other people viewing that had them send me the gifts. I don't enter the drawings because I just feel like the people that are watching need to be the winners. Okay. So let's talk about this for a second. We've got this Shadow Flesh. Now this Shadow Flesh is a deep kind of a tan, kind of a reddish. There's a little more red in my camera, like I said, so it looks a little bit more red than what you actually are seeing. What I want you to know about this color by Procryl, put a little bit of that right there. Okay, and we're going to take the color, where did you go, girl? There, Olive Flesh. Okay, and now you probably, Olive Flesh, Olive Flesh is a beigey white. Let's take, somebody, maybe you have oh wait, look, I got some Reaper. Look, you got this really nice peachy peach skin color. Okay, maybe you have Cork by Vallejo, the Corky Tan. Point making here, we just look at all these variables. Oh, you don't have any of those, but let's say you got ivory, just plain old ivory, off-white. Plain old ivory off-white. Okay, look at all those options we have. All these options we have. All these guys. All right, so there's all your options. See them all? And in the middle, you've got this kind of, honestly, pasty brick color. It's a pasty brick color. That's not very complimentary, but that's what it is. All right, now let us just look at that idea for a moment. Okay, we've got some Reaper. We've got some, I don't have any GW in skin tones. I just don't. I don't have any GW in skin tones. I've got Bone White. Everybody's got Bone White on their desk. You know what? Oh, you guys want to know this? Bone White is almost like Olive Flesh by Procryl. Pasties is with a little bit of yellow in it. Okay, so we've got all these colors. Okay, so here. Now, Ugly Brush. Got you focused in. Okay, we got this. We might need a little bit more of this to do this example. Okay, it's like a pasty brick color. It would make great Slanesh skin, by the way. Okay, so you've got a little bit of Bone White here. All right, and a little bit of this. Okay, we've got, there you go. We've got a little bit of Olive Flesh. A little bit of this. We've got a little bit of Ivory. Okay. A little bit of this. We've got a little bit of Cork. We've got a little bit of what is a very peachy pink. It's a peachy pink color of flesh tone. All right. Now, let me bring this right up to you. So this is all the colors that were all over the desk, right? I mixed them all with like a pasty brick color. All right. Now, look what you got. Now, remember that there's a lot more red in my camera than what you guys see. Every one of those this guy is just darker, but every one of those. Now, watch that dark guy, that dark skin. Okay. Let's just take, we could take our ivory. We could take this peachy color here, this peachy skin color that we have. And then we make his highlights. And there it is. Whoop, whoop, yeah. The center one, this really kind of reddish looking one in the center. Nacho Dragwig, Nacho Drawig. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so there you go. You got one pasty brick color, right? And any one of those, you got a tan, you got a beige, you got a white, tan, beige, peach, any one of them. And look, we made a skin-like color. And so you guys have variables of this on your desks. So you can basically, in choosing the triad, okay, you're going to choose 3 colors. You want to choose this one being the medium one, okay? And then you want to choose like a brownish, kind of a little bit reddish brown color that's going to be deeper, and that's going to go towards the shadow end. And then, of course, a lighter color. The point is that you've got some of this on your desk somewhere. Just trust me. You do. So that General Gumdrop, you have that shadow flesh, and that shadow flesh you should be able to mix with that olive flesh, and it will make this one here. Okay? And add the more of the olive you mix in it, you're going to put what you want to put, and you also have the light umber, so a light brown color that you can use in the shadows. That's right. And so you can so you've got your light color right there. There it is. The 3 colors. Okay. And you do need to have a green so that when we get to the shadows, we've got that. So there we go. So you guys can just mix that up. You don't have to have the same brand. There's a thing you install on your phone, you guys, called the Paint Rack. I recommend it. Install that app. It's free. And you mix solid flesh and ugly brick color. Okay, well, we won't tell Monument that we call that ugly brick color, but anyway, it does look kind of like a pasty brick color. And that could be your triad. Okay, so Paint Rack, install it on your phone. And anytime you can go in there, it has hundreds and hundreds of different paint brands and colors. And what it does is in priority, if you typed in like, Mage Tales said, used a term for a paint, Mage Tales. What was that? Some companies call it Gene Stealer Purple. So you could type in Gene Stealer Purple. And what that app will do is help you find the closest thing to it by another company. So that you can match it up. Okay. That's on the subject of the skin. All right. And then, of course, you will need some plain white and some plain black. All right. Then we had the 3 colors for the hair. Okay. You really only need 2. But if you want to put that magenta in there, we're going to sauce it up a little bit. And then the buckskin. So the buckskin starts with yellow ochre. Or if you have these paints actually on your desk, you have from the extension pack Scooter. God, I'm going to start knowing everybody's paint. This is going to be weird. You have a golden brown. And golden brown is yellow ochre but lighter. Either one of these. Yellow ochre, There's a mustard. It's called mustard by some companies. Okay, yellow ochre, mustard, golden brown. So basically you want a brownish yellow color. And that's going to be the base color right here. Oh yeah, my paint did a bleeding thing. And you're going to have a brown. The brown that I'm going to recommend that you use, whatever company you're using it by, is, if you're looking at it, it's kind of a light brown. And honestly, I think it has a wee bit towards the green spectrum a little bit. That's going to be this color here. And then on the end there, you're going to have a super light beige, ivory, and off-white of some type. And when I say off-white, I don't mean like, sky blue. That is, when I speak off-whites, tinted whites, I do speak about tinted whites. So tinted whites are like really super light blue, glacier blue, super light pink. That's what a tinted white is. This is a tinted white, pale yellow. So what I am speaking of is a neutral tone. So one of your very light neutral tones. And that's what's going to be on the end here. In the middle, to get the buckskin color, it got a little bit excited with the yellow here. And the yellow decided to jump in there. You actually are going to mix half of the brown and half yellow. Mine got super, this is a very bad example of way too much paint, you guys. My paints got really excited over there. That is not how much paint you should have. That should be a very small amount of paint, like over here, where I mix the skin. That's what it should look like. This corner seems to be really wet and liking to screw me up. All right. Any one of your whites that you have on, I don't care which one it is, any one of your whites that you want to pick, I'm making her blouse white. Her feathers gray, I'm making her bandana gray. All right. Then we come in and we start blocking. You choose the color of metal you want the gun to be. Okay, I'm not doing any non-metallic metal, so don't get freaky with me. All right. We're talking metallic here. So bronze, gold, silver, whatever metallic color you want it to be. All right. Now we're on. Are we on? Scooter, Gumdrop, are we on? Let me know. Any questions before I start? Any questions before I start rolling out the blocking? If you have a different chibi than this, you can also work on a different chibi and just use our colors. These were voted by the crew. Are we good? Ready to rock and roll? You need an olive green. Sorry, forgot that. Not, this one's too light. Not that kind. That one's too yellow. You want one with a little depth to it. Okay? You're gonna need that. And a transparent green. Don't worry about it right now, but you'll need it in a minute. We're good? Okay. So we're going to start blocking in the colors. Whole whipping cream. No. What? Wait. No what? Somebody smacked that General Gumdrop. Oh yes, and of course you're going to need like your player has an odd error. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. General Gumdrop's system is being weird. Okay, who's got theirs blocked in? I'm blocking while she sorts that out. Okay. Size 2 on the paintbrush. Size 1. Hold on, I gotta get my size. There she is, the little guy. All right, and I was on the skin part over there. We were using this medium tone. We did the skin. I'm sure you guys are blocking in the rest of it by now. And remember, you're gonna need more than one layer on this skin if you thin it. Try not to get it in the eye if you can help it. remember, this is my this is my choice for animated skin. And it's actually thin enough that I can see so let me make sure I'm nice and focused. I'm not for you guys. Did we freeze, Geek?
No.
Anybody else out there got us froze? Or does Lady Grey need to reload? Oh, that's a hard one. La Tupama? La Tupama? Is that right, Geek? Now, I want you to see how thin that paint is. Look at how thin I put that paint on, right? You can totally see. Right? 2 layers of that nice thin paint. Now, right now I'm using like on this little face, I'm using a size 1. For most of your brushes, it would be a size 1. Maybe a size 0 even.
Apparently for the multiple then.
Pardon?
You're telling me everything's fine. YouTube is run like a rock star.
Send Gumdrop a private message and tell her to tune in on YouTube.
But you refresh it comes back.
Okay. All right. I'm pausing.
Refresh it.
Okay. I'm pausing. Don't worry.
This is why we go to YouTube.
Okay. I paused, Lady Grey. So we got 2 thin layers of the medium color that we mixed for the skin. 2 layers on her face. And notice you can kind of see like when you look at it, this is not to stress about this, okay? See? You can kind of see, right? You can kind of see that the black primer through there. Don't stress it. Everybody let me know when you're refreshed. Give me a shout. Let me know. Yes, it is. It's going to be very detailed. Hello, Slay. Yeah, and this is what I'm looking at when we create, the Captain Madlove chibi. I do want something like this. Okay, you're getting an early call. Excellent.
Time to go outside the body.
Oh, she's so good. Rewarded her with a little flour cookie. Yeah, when she comes in.
Down here?
To let her know, like, loud enough for her to hear, good girl, going outside and going potty. She's good. She came and asked you. She's trying to communicate. That makes me really happy. I think she feels guilty because she has to go out so often and doesn't know how to deal with it.
Deal.
Are we back? Okay. All right, so we got 2 layers of that on there. We're going to come in with another thin. We're thinning it. Now, this is just breathe while I tell you. So you're going to go to that olive green. Get you a little bit of that olive green, okay? The tiniest amount. And I want you to go and put that olive green. Now, before you get excited with it, let me show you. We're putting this in some areas on our skin. And you're going to kind of smooth it out a little bit. And you're putting this in the areas where there's some shadows. Hang on, I'm going to show you. I'll bring it in closer for you guys. A little shadow right there. All right, this is what we look like. Okay, let me get my glasses down. Sorry, there we go. Okay, there you go. So I kind of went around, the light's all coming in here. So you want to go the opposite direction with this of where you see all your light coming in on your zenithal highlighting. So a little green on that cheek, under the chin, a little bit beside the nose, a little bit right in these areas here. Her skin's barely going to show. Hey, Lost Alien. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Okay. Now while you guys are working that out, when you come back, I know it's really tedious, so I'm going to go really slow so that you guys can keep up. What I'm going to do while that's drying, yes, ma'am. Good girl. Look at you. Okay, see, that's perfect. You're already catching on to the colors. Yes. You just need a little drop on your palette, thin it to that milk, like you want like 2% skim milk consistency, and you're going to put a little glaze on the face on that side away from the light. Now, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to let mine dry, and I'm going to get out my brush, and I'm going to block in her hat with just the plain red. So we've got this pyro red over here while everybody's doing the green on the face. In case you're up, we will block in the hat with the red. This really strong, beautiful tomato-y color we got here. And we're going to make the whole hat red. Oh, we are doing skin tone, and you know what I missed? Look what I missed. She got some ears. I got to go back for her ears. We can't forget her ears, guys. So I'm going to paint her ears the skin color. I completely missed those. I didn't know those ears were there. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Also, so I was going to put this mini on a holder. My ball is kind of my holder. What I've started doing is using this ball as the holder for the mini. When you paint this ear, you're going to get some on the hat. You're going to get some on her neck. You're going to get some in her hair. Don't stress it. You're going to paint over all that. Let's just get the ear nice and blocked in, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to have to come back and try to paint that ear after you've made pretty hair, because then you're going to get that beautiful pasty color of brick all over her pretty purple hair. So we're going to make that all the medium color, so you got an ear that looks funny like that. Okay. And we're going to come over here and find the other ear, which I think is this little piece poking out of the hat right here. And we're going to do the same thing. Yeah, that looks like her ear. Wait, is that part of her hair? No, is that her ear? Yeah, that's her ear. There you go. Two little ears. Inside each ear, go for your green. And inside the ears, inside each ear. Feather it so that it just doesn't look like a big. On this one, you might want to get a little bit of that green at the base, the bottom of the ear, behind it. Okay, that's part of your shadow. There you go. Okay. Now I'm going to block in the hat while you guys catch up on the ears and the face. Remember to thin that paint. You're still going to be able to see the striations of the resin through this paint at this point. I did a really good coverage on my primer, so you can barely see mine. I'm pretty critical about that. I'm going to take a bigger brush. I'm going to say probably when doing this hat, a size 4 is applicable. You might be able to use a size 6, but we're going to thin that paint. Okay. I do want you to notice the consistency of my paints so that you guys see, right? And you'll be able to see when I do this and I paint it, right? Look how I can see the zenithal highlighting like through the red. So it's keeping me on track with my highlights and my shadows. And you want to get that everywhere. Notice that it turns light red in the areas where you've got that ink. Side of brush. You're painting the edge. Painting the edge, you go like this. Watch my brush. Nobody wants their brush doing this, okay? Oh, and then you get it places you don't want it. Okay, so how do you prevent that? Side of brush. Painting edges with side of brush, then you can go really fast. And it works out much better. Whoop, sorry. That feather's probably going to get some red on it while we're painting this hat. So I am going to leave that feather alone. Is it working out for you over there, Scooter? Are you good? Got any questions, mate? Anybody? Any questions? Please, 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 please. Don't be shy. Ask questions. It's okay. Seriously. That's what we're here for. We're here to learn. And without asking questions, sometimes you don't get the learning part. So you'll notice when I painted this, look how that zenithal highlighting, you get highlights coming through. Do you see that? Right? You see how the highlights are coming through, even though we painted over it. So that's really good. It lightens it, and that keeps us on track and helps us out with our shadows and our highlights. Which red are you using for the base of the hat? That would be the Pyrrole red. You do have that. Remember, that's the one you have two containers of by accident. And then you're going to also need some transparent red and transparent black for your hat. We are going to... Oh, this hat's going to look stupendous. Red. Yeah. I'm going to round for a second coat. It's enough surface that it's dried once. If you have a blow dryer, you can speed dry. And the reason we come in for a second coat is we want our base colors. We want our base colors to get some good coverage going. And I do definitely thicken the paint up on the second round. Okay, so it's not really thin. What I'm doing though is it's just thin enough to show the zenithal highlighting through it. We want to keep that zenithal highlighting in there so you can see that that's much brighter. Chocolate chips from the galley. Be sure to share. And then when you're doing this, the paints are thin, and if you get these designs loaded, keep a brush handy that you can soak out of and then rinse it. Make sure that it's called a pickup brush. That's what I call it, you guys. So you keep a brush handy. Usually it's an ugly brush, pre-wetted, dry it off. And if you get like a bunch of paint in there, you want to come in with that brush and you want to soak it out. Because you're going to come in here and you're going to make those a different color. Oh yes, the sharks, right? So this is thinned about I would say we're about the consistency of whole milk, maybe half and half. I'd say whole milk because we're still able to see all of our shadows and highlights through it. Using the side of your brush, you should get a smooth on the edge there. You want to try to get that, those edges nice and smooth like that. There you go. I missed a few spots. So anybody who wants to go back on this, right? We don't have VODs anymore. I don't want you guys to be confused. We don't have our VODs on Twitch. So if you need to go back and watch this, you guys go to YouTube. That's where we're putting our VODs right now. So we need 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Those subscriptions are free, you guys. Totally free. So if you're not subscribed, please, please, please help a captain out. Free subscription on YouTube, and we need 1,000 subscriptions and 4,000 viewing hours. Before that, YouTube is going to become what we needed to start making itself. Okay, so now, in putting that second coat on, I have a pretty good blocked in color on the hat. So you should still see your highlights through it as a lighter red area, right? And see, do you see how that worked out? We're leaving the feathers because we're going to get red on the feathers when we come in here for the shadows and everything. So now we've got that color blocked in on the hat. We can see the highlights. That's a really good start. And we'll leave that. And we're going to just let those layers dry. They need to dry and set up. Okay, now, if anybody's still painting their hat, what I'm going to do is I'm going to block in the coat at this point while you guys are working on that hat. And remember, we mixed the buckskin from the shadow and the main color, which was the yellow ochre. That's our buckskin base right there. Okay? And of course, excuse me, itchy. Of course, we're going to thin that. And we're going to come in, and remember now she's got her sleeves blowing sideways, and she's also got little designs, so try not to load up your designs, and I'm going to block this in. While you guys finish up her hat. There we go. Underneath, right? I did. Is that the black? Okay, underneath the bottom of the coat, I'm going to mix a little bit of this brown with a little bit of black right here. Okay, and I'm going to make like a really blackish brown color. And underneath the coat, I'm going to do that. That's going to make a really good shadow. On Gumdrop's desk and on Scooter's desk, that's going to be black-brown. Basically, I just made it. Remember, you guys, it's all about the questions. Sometimes somebody who asks a question is helping somebody else out. Because sometimes people are shy to ask questions. I don't want you guys to be shy. Ask me questions. That's what I'm about. Especially when I'm doing a paint along or something, Technical Tuesdays, that is what I am about. That is what I come here for. That is what I designed the Patreon for. Because people want to learn to paint miniatures, and I want to help you learn to paint miniatures. Now, when you paint her coat, I would like you to notice that she has a pauldron on underneath of there. So don't paint the pauldron this color. If you do, just pick the paint up off of it. But you'll notice with this nice thin layer, inside the sleeve on this end, I'm going to use that black. That's the brown black. Using the side of your brush, when you get to edges, use the side of that brush. Remember to use the side of that brush. Really helps you out. Now you want an ugly brush when you're when you start getting in here where we're painting up in the jacket and in the hair. Ugly brush, because you got to push the paint up in there, and it's going to be stabbing the tip of your brush. And if you're using your brush that you're later going to try to paint an eyeball with, that ain't going to happen. Well, I mean, it could happen. It's going to be a really ugly eyeball, but... And then right in here inside that coat sleeve, we're going to go for that black brown again. Right? So that it's real dark inside there. You know, we can't see up in them sleeves, so... Ugly brush, black brown, in between legs, back of jacket. I gotta kind of try to get the light in there so it's not gonna be, but you want to paint in between her legs with that black brown. Yes, you do. It's gonna get on her legs. It's gonna get on her dress. It's gonna get on her boots. Remembering, I like to tell people, painting from the inside out. If you'd have painted her legs and her boots and everything like that, could you imagine what a pain in the ass it would be to try to get a brush in here and get that all painted nice? So paint that big dark shadow that's in the back in there that you've got to push that paint up into first. That way, when you come in with the colors that go in front of them, you won't end up painting all over your hard work. Now, that was nice, wasn't it, Geek? Okay. Part of her I think that's part of her coat. So I'm going to get a smaller brush. She's got part of her coat, like a collar of her coat. I'm going, in that instance, I'm going to use the color a little thicker for this area here. And then I'm going to pause, make sure we don't have any questions, and see where everybody is at. This is part of her coat. I'm using the color a little bit lighter. And this is a Pro Krill, so it's a little thinned if you're using other brands. But in the case of Pro Krill, I'm almost using it straight right here because there is going to be a little highlight. Okay, perfect. Okay, so your hat's blocked in. Now what I want to know, General Gumdrop, did your hat... Was it successful that your hat, you can see the highlights through and you can see the shadow through, kind of like that? So you see kind of a variation in it. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So the yellow ochre, the one that looks like mustard, is the jacket. That's the main color. Then you're going to need a... you should have a dark golden brown or a light umber, a brown, something that's kind of brown. Mine looks a little red. Preferably this one. It's a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit, got a little bit of yellow in it. This one is dark golden brown, light umber. What other browns do they have? Hold on. Let me make sure. I want to see. In a pinch, you could use the burnt sienna if you need to as your dark color, General Gumdrop, because you can actually add, don't you have black brown? Because black, brown, and burnt sienna could be your shadows, and you could use the burnt sienna as your pre-shadow color. You have perfect. You have dark golden brown. Okay, so dark golden brown and mustard or yellow ochre, whichever one of these two you have, golden brown or yellow ochre, either of those, that's the base color. Well, no, actually it's not. It's part of the base color. And then olive flesh is going to be the highlights for that. So you put them like on my palette. They're side by side here. This light one here is olive flesh. Then we have an ochre. Then we have the light brown. You are going to take a drop of the yellow ochre, and you're going to pull the colors together like that. And that is the base color. Well, hello. We have a Patreon now, Candle. It works out so much better. More benefits. Exclamation point. Oh, Scorpio. Welcome back. Exclamation point links in the chat. And the last one, and go to the Patreon and join us. I would love to have you there. There you go. And there's our Patreon. We have not shown all the secrets of the upper tiers, but we have different tiers that you can join with different, what do you call it? Ivana, thank you so much. Ivana Humpalot. You wanted me to say that? Ivana Humpalot, welcome aboard. Are you a good troll? Or are you a bad troll? We like good trolls. Okay, you got those colors? And so you're going to pull those two together, and then that color that's half ochre and half golden brown, that's the base for her coat. Okay, and that's the base for her coat. Just like the hat. You're going to glaze it with thin, so you're seeing everything through it. You're going to let it dry. The exception to the rule is when you're doing this little tiny area of collar here, you're going to go ahead and use the paint almost at its full strength. And you're going to put 2 layers of that right here, because that's actually going to be where we have a little highlight. It kind of helps frame the face. Hi, Ivana, you have nothing to say? Did somebody just go create that so they can hear me say, I wanna hump a lot? I do wanna hump a lot. And so we're going to do both sides of the collar. Keeping in mind, you guys, you're going to have to come back and touch up this collar. Trust me when I tell you, you probably will get some skin color on it. Please stress not. Please stress not. Okay, we need to do a second coat on the coat. And remember that her gloves match her coat, guys. So once you've got that thinned for the coat, you want to come in here and do her little gloves. This is Captain Sedi by Midnight Heroes, Lost Alien. And right now, if you go to their site and you use my secret squirrel code, CAPTMADDLOVE, you can get 20% off. And if you want to order 1 mini or you want to order 20 minis, you still get 20% off right now. All right, and there you'll notice that we've got the glove painted with a nice glaze. Now, her other glove, you guys, is a little hard to get to. She's got a little bit of the cuff right here. And you got to turn her around, so hopefully you guys can see this. I'll bring it up so you can check it out here in just a second. So you will be able to see it. And one of the things that I like to do that's cheating, okay? Oh, I'm really, yeah, they are. Yeah, Lost Alien, would you like a link? You should, if you go !links, my link tree should come up. And if you go to the link tree will give you all the codes which help support the ship, but it also gives you the discount codes that are running right now for all the companies that are our sponsor. And you can get in on those discounts. Some of them are really good, like this one. You are welcome, and welcome aboard. I'm so glad that you popped in to say hi. We're doing a pretty intense tutorial here, paint along. How is everybody who's painting with me doing so far? Keeping in mind, I don't stress because I don't have anywhere to be. I made sure that here is where I could be so we could get to a comfortable point together before we had to leave, so don't stress. So I've painted the collars, and notice how using this color kind of frames the face. The black brown that you had used under the coat, you are going to need black brown. General Gumdrop, when you turn her over, the bottom of the coat will be a black brown shadow. And in between her legs, use an ugly brush, okay? Because you're going to have to shove paint up in there. The other thing I want you guys to know, okay, small brush, black brown. Let's get that shadow up here by the body, okay? And over here, up by the body. And get that shadow in there, and then you'll come back for the coat color. There we go. I'm gonna get that coat color. A little bit of that showing, kind of, you know, but we want to get that black brown up in there, and we want to really make a good shadow, shoving that shadow up in there by her body. Okay. Oh yeah, right. Niece and nephew day. So you get those glazes in there, see? So you see how that shadow starts to form underneath of there? And then what I wanted to say was, you want to take that really tiny brush and you want to get a little bit of that black brown. And you're going to want to put that like right in here. Because these overlapping guys are definitely going to be really shadowed. So let's not worry about trying to get too much sexy color in those places. It would be better just to get a nice shadow. Chibi dynamics do relate to other miniatures, but with chibis, we want to really keep the focus of our chibi around the face. So adding these little shadows to separate things makes the intensity of the details better. So we want to get that little black brown shadow right in by the collar. You know we're in air shadowing. Okay, so you're still blocking in the jacket. Scooter, just let me know where you are. And any questions, please, please ask. That's what I do these for. I do these paint-alongs so that we can have a public situation, nice group of people, get some questions out there. And what this does is it shows people how I do and what we do as a crew. So the questions are important. Sometimes new people won't ask them. Oh, Lost Alien, go into our Discord. There's so much good information in there. Are you just starting? General Gumdrop just started. She's with us today doing her first paint along. First mini ever that she's painted. Thank you for that follow, Bloomin' Zonda. Remember, questions are welcome. We welcome those questions. Okay, so we have a lot. The crew is really dependable about steering you in the right direction, and depending on what you're going to be doing, we even have a technician on Sundays. We have a technician here, so you know if there's things that you need that are techie. Hello, Zonda, and welcome aboard. We have somebody here that can oh, I need a little lip lube, you guys. Hold on, I'm dying on the vine here. Wait, is that the... Oh, there we go. Hang on. Lips are dying. Yeah, I actually didn't see that one. So anybody who's out there that's not subscribed to my YouTube, please subscribe. It's free. It's free. Okay. We also stream live on YouTube. Please subscribe. I need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours before I can get to the point where I can start making the YouTube thing work. So I really appreciate that. And it is free. And what I'm going to try to do is at least one paint along scenario. If we can, maybe one a month, so that you guys, it's really important that the community knows what I have to offer, because that's ultimately where the Patreon becomes valuable to you guys. Now, we do have a Twitch equivalent. If you feel like subscribing as a, you know, a general subscriber, we have a Twitch equivalent on our Patreon that you guys are, well, like, we'd love to have you. Absolutely. You would love to hang around some more, but it's getting late. Okay. Okay, Zelius. You can crush your soul for more painting tomorrow. Okay. And this video with Captain Sedi is going to be launched on YouTube for you guys. So the VOD will be there if you want to backtrack on it. Okay. You know, in case you miss anything, or maybe you didn't get to make it and you want to order one and paint along. All right. So, okay, so the black brown goes, we have that black brown goes like under her arm right here, right? You put a little bit of it there, and we kind of trace that little sword, and it kind of goes right in there, right? So what I want you to think about is shadow. So the light is out here and it's shining down here. So up underneath of there, she's definitely going to have shadow. Okay. A little bit over here underneath the bottom right there. Now the other places she's going to have it is inside these little jacket sleeves, right? We're not going to be getting any light up inside the sleeves, so let's just go ahead and make that nice and dark. All right. Ugly brush. Like really ugly brush. The other place she's going to have it is in here. So we're looking at the front. We're going to go to her left side. And up in here, right? You're going to go in. You're going to grab some of that brown black, and you're going to have to come up in here, because now don't be painting all in her hair, okay? She doesn't need it all in her hair. She needs it on the top of that jacket sleeve. If you get it in her hair, it's okay. Like, it's not going to hurt anything. Now notice, thinking shadow. You're thinking shadow, okay? Probably going to be a little bit of it right in there. Right? Oh, maybe a little line right underneath that. That's black-brown. Right, so you're going to get like a little bit right under here, see? Right there. Because the light's coming down. There we go. A little bit right under there. Right in here, because we're on the opposite side. Dry the brush off. Pull that wet paint down. See what I did? Right from that crack, I just pulled that wet paint down. It's choppy. See what I did? Oh, hello, Dr. Rhino. How are you? This crack? What we're doing is saving you glazing time. There's no sense in you doing glazing all that, right? Because shadows. Hello. Dr. Rhino, please feel free to shout yourself out. We don't have a mod on board today to do the shouting. Cleaning up from yesterday's chair. Oh, you lost your box of Storm Fiends. Oh no. Once you've done that, you guys will come back for the, ask him for his info, please. For the glaze, don't put the glaze in the shadows. Okay. And you're going to go glaze over the areas, not the shadows. You're going to go get the second coat on the areas that are not the not the places you put the black brown. So we're just going and still what's going to be happening is that you're still going to see through this. And we're still using that medium color of buckskin on this. Acid, are you out there? I know you're probably lurking and working. And as we glaze this back in, the areas that we're going to get with this are the areas that we feel, looking at the way light comes in, right? You're looking at the light. So the light's coming in. You got like a lot of light going on here. This is still the medium color. We have not enhanced to the lighter color. We're just using the base color, this one that we mixed right here in the middle. But as you notice, as we come in here and we glaze it on, it starts to kind of act like a highlight. It should look a little choppy. See how it looks a little choppy? Okay, so now we've got the start of the jacket. I know you guys are not where I'm at, so I'm going to slow down, take a little break here, drink a little coffee. You guys are going to let me know what's going on. Then we'll come in and we'll do some more. Shoot. Let me know when you've got a coat, some dark places on the coat, and a hat. And of course, we let the skin rest temporarily. Uh-oh. It'll show up, Dr. Rhino. Don't get frantic. It'll show up. I'm going to sip on my coffee a little bit while you guys catch up. And you should, as you catch up, so it's not going to look exactly like mine. Don't be hard on yourself, okay? But you're going to have something that looks, the object is that you're seeing highlights and shadows in the hat. And that when you get your dark places colored in on the jacket, you have something that looks a little like that. Okay. I'm actually going to take a little black brown and even hit a couple of other places. So there's a shadow here and here and here. It's thin. Remember to thin it. Thin, thin, thin. Okay, because we don't want to have like super duper black looking. We want it thin. There's under there, right? With a little brush, we might hit some recesses. Take a smaller brush, and you might like around little creases like that. See that? Like that. See what I'm doing? Kind of picking those little wrinkles out, right? Oh, you're very welcome, Dr. Rhino. That's actually Geek asking you, but hey. So we want a little something. You want to get a little something like this. I'm going to take in put a little bit right in there. Just on that side where it's swooping. Maybe a little bit underneath the curve here. See, so you get a little. And remember her gloves. Her gloves are the base color, and I've got at least one layer on the gloves. Ooh, making dinner, Paul. You can make me dinner. So for anybody who doesn't know, so we're doing this little Captain Sedi paint along thing. We're going to be doing another one in the future. We're actually going to be doing a contest for these miniatures, as in a paint contest, coming up here. Probably, I'd say, into the summer is looking like where it's going to land. Welcome back, Paul, with your dinner. This coming weekend, I am painting in a Reaper class. So if you guys have not been to the ReaperCon, Reaper.com, their con is on there. You can sign up for my class. I will be teaching Chibi Dynamics and Chibi Eyes on Saturday. And then I will be hosted by Reaper on Sunday. So if you don't finish it on Saturday, you can come back to a class that I will be holding right here to help you finish it up. Delicious, Paul John, delicious. This is the chibi that I worked on for that event. We're going to be putting her eyes in, but basically I'm showing... Pardon me? There's a link to my class. It's free, totally free, you guys. There's also other classes by lots of other talented artists. If you cannot make that class, Reaper is going to be saving it. I don't know how long, but there will be a place you can go and view it. And then the class that we have, the follow-up class on Sunday, that one we will launch to YouTube. So if you guys, for some reason, are working this weekend and you miss it, then you know where... Pardon me?
I have permission to record the class.
Oh, so I guess it will be on our YouTube. We have permission to record my class. So this is a little Kit Bash mini. I was just showing, this is showing how to just take a mini and bring it like to another level. The dynamics of colors and utilizing the chibi. What, you know, how chibis are made and what their dynamics are. Here's a little wizard that I painted. Now let me put him on the other side out from underneath the words. This is also a Reaper mini. This one is a Midnight Hero mini. I have several of those. I have a zombie I painted by them. Here's my zombie. Her hair is getting redone. She kind of looks like she has a mop on her head. Her hair never got finished. We're actually going to be making lavender purple hair today, but it's going to look a lot better than that. But this is another Reaper mini that I did last year or the year before maybe. But chibis, so chibis have certain dynamics, and one of the things about a chibi is it got this animated characteristics going on. And so in creating the chibis, the lifting the colors and the volumes of the colors, I start like this. Okay. Usually with dark gray and white or black and white. I don't do an in-between tone because they're so small. There's really not a lot of room to get it in there. So, depending on what I want out of the chibi, it's difficult with the chibi because of it's just the body is so small and the face is so big, but it really is all about a chibi. Even when it's an action figure, I have to say the thing that I have found is it's really predominantly about their face, their hair and their face, and usually some implement above the waist. So it might be a sword. It might be, in his case, he's got a staff and a little page, and a hat. She's got this great hat and the hair going on, a little flowing coat that's kind of the backdrop. This gal here, she had some little wings that were devil's wings. I kind of liked these fairy wings, so I put them on her to kind of, and you can get those from Reaper, those little wings. But her little stance is really the dynamics of her, the things that what makes her stand out is like about there up. So you kind of try to keep your focal point in that area. I need to bring up the highlights on her hair a little more. They still have a little bit of a Play-Doh feel to them. Although it is animated, I kind of like to bring it up to a little bit higher level. So kind of like him. It's still animated, but you see how he has a little more charge in the colors. She needs a little more charge in her hair. But it's a start. This is basically to show people what I mean. Chibi dynamics are, you're going to look at them from the front, and more than likely then you would also look at the back. So I try to make a focal point, something that if you just took a picture of that's how I imagine it. If I were going to chop this into pieces and I were going to photograph one part, what would that photograph be? So I'm looking at the back. What would I photograph? And it would be like that, right there. This little bit of that. Notice the hair is real shadowed, but the edge of the cap. So I would photograph that. That would be the picture. So that's kind of how I look at miniatures and how I look at chibis. Is I'm going to photograph that. What is the picture? And that's how they're so tiny. That's how I chop them into pieces in my mind. So like in this case, we're really going to capture on her. She's got a sleeve in the background that's blowing in the wind. And we're going to capture her from just below the waist up to the face. And that's my picture. Her extending her hand and hair blowing in the wind standing on the dock. The back is going to be all about these sleeves. The red is part of the frame, right? Because you get to see the top of this hat and the hair blowing out the side. So the picture would be like that. That's how I break them down into little pieces like that. Sometimes I have to break them into two pieces to make two focal points, but that can get a little bit confusing. This has a lot going on, but at the same time, yeah, I think it worked out. I feel like I could have probably added some more highlights and dimensions to the grot in his mouth, and it might have came out a little bit, you might have been able to see him a little bit better, but at the same time he is kind of in his mouth, so I feel like it's effective with the feet hanging out and the guts flying, and so I feel like it worked out in the long run. All right, where are we at, guys? Where are we at? Talk to me. Scooter, where are you at, my friend? Any questions, guys? Any questions? Please feel free to ask. Don't be shy. Really, Scooter? Really? And remember, hello, occult. Okay. How's that going? How's that pretending going? We were talking about you today. We're planning the attack, occult. Not on you. Don't worry. You like listening, okay. Remember, General Gumdrop, try not to be too obsessed with lines. Paint is going to go over onto other areas. Remember that the recesses, where two areas come together, is a shadow. Okay? And so don't stress. Like, let's say we're doing this bandana here, okay? And if a little red, notice, okay? I want you to notice. Well, we'll just get right up here. Look, there's red on my bandana. There's buckskin on my sword. If you come around here, there's buckskin on my gun. Look, see, look, the handle of my gun. Oh, it's got the buckskin all over it. We've got the brown and the shadow in her hair, right? All up in there. There's brown all on her hair. So remember that you're going to be coming back and fine-tuning all of that. And there's going to be shadow in those recesses where two things come together. A lot of people will obsess getting the color all the way to the line. You don't need the color all the way to the line. There's a reason that I had everybody prime the minis a dark color, okay? Where the two colors come together, let's just say, we wanted to overlap two colors. It's gonna make mud in that crack. So don't stress it, because what you're gonna do is come back with a glaze, and it will fall into that crack, and it will make a shadow. And if you got like a little bit here or there, when you come back and you fine tune it, you just correct with the opposite color. It's part of the game. That's why well, hello, Captain Longbow. Long time no see. How are you? Wow, I haven't seen you in a minute. What is up, dude? We are doing a paint along. So I just want you to know that, because a lot of people, when they first start miniature painting, they obsess over getting like the blocking perfect, coloring in those lines. Don't worry about it, because you are going to be, first of all, at least 8 to 18 inches away from your miniature, and the colors will come together. So the reason that we paint from the inside out is because as we come out, as we build outward, we are adding the colors on that create the highlights, because we put the shadows back in there, and then we come forward, and that way we're not having to paint in those little recesses. We will paint those little recesses with the shadow color, and it will all make sense then. So I don't want you to cramp your hands or your eyes or your body trying to get those precision lines. You save that precision for the really small brushes and the very fine detail. Excellent, excellent. And that's how we roll, because otherwise it just gets pretty obsessive. And when you paint that knife, that sword, you're probably going to end up with some on her coat. Then what you do, you come back with the coat color or the shadow color, and you just put a little paint over it. And that's how we do. So you and in the beginning, you'll do a lot more back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then at one point, the paint and brush control, I recommend the first thing for people to learn to control is the paint. Thin, tiny little amounts in little areas. And that way, as you move forward, it gets a lot easier. A lot of people tend to start with thick paint because it's a little easier to control, but then they wonder, oh, why does it look gummy, and why do I have all these brush streaks? Are ya with me, Scooter? Anybody else? Who else is painting Captain Sedi? We can't have only 2 people doing this paint along. I am going to paint her booblies with You guys choose one of your off-white colors. I do. You got dropped at Mohawk Minis while you were painting your Necrons. I am going to use the olive flesh. Actually, no, I'm not. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to mix a tiny bit of, I'm going to mix a little bit of brown. I'm going to make my own off-white. But you guys need, you know, a little bit of maybe a little tan color or something like that. Thank you so much for that follow. Oh, hold on. I can't even see who that is. Spidey Cats. Thank you for that follow. And this is to get, I'm getting the dynamics built. So I'm going to do this so that I can see what's going on. So we're going to paint her little booblies. Ultimately, the highlights on these will be white. So I am painting them a dark off-white. So like a little bit of a, it's almost a super light caramel color. I should have mentioned that maybe we should put a little dollop of skin color in between these booblies before we did this. How are those crayons coming, Longbow? Mine have kind of temporarily taken a back seat. It's really sad. I got a really pretty squig project almost done. Thursday. That was fun. So we want to get, welcome aboard, Spidey Cat. So we want to get a little, right in that little recess right there. Really, it's really dark. Okay, so it would be a flesh color in that area. So the color we're going to use is a tiny bit of that olive green and black brown. So it's gonna look really like, well, really dark camo. Oh, the Void Dragon. Yes, Longbow. I have one in a box here. Geek has not put it together yet, but I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to that. If you guys want to share your work in the channel, if you have something you'd like to show, please go ahead and as long as it doesn't get crazy so I can keep up with the chat, please feel free to shout it out. Now we are going to take that little bit of olive green and black brown. In the case of Scooter, you can use a little bit of mahogany and olive green. You can use any deep brown and a little bit of olive green. And really we should have done this first, but what we're going to do is right in here where her cleavage is, it's the tiniest little place. The point is you don't want to leave that black. Okay, it doesn't look right. Yes, it's in the shadows, but when she's standing under display lights, we don't want that black in there. That is not. So we're going to go in there with that little bit of olive green and dark brown, and we're going to create a warm shadow on her body. All right. And ultimately, thin that black brown, thin it. Okay. And thin, like dirty water. Right between the boobies, just the black brown. Not the olive green and the black brown. Right between the boobies. Okay. Right. And right under the boobies. Under the boobies. Like, you know, under the boobies has shadows because the sun's not shining under the boobies. And on each side of the boobies. So it looks like this. It's messy. Ready? There you go. See it? Frame the boobies. Okay. A little bit of that black brown. and create those shadows. Frame the boobies. Okay. Boobies frame. Messy. It's okay. Don't stress it. Okay. Now, what we're doing is we're building the dynamics so we can see what we're doing. Okay, so we've got the coat. We're not getting to the hair yet. Patience. Okay. Now we've got some stuff going on. Let me put my hood on. We've got... It looks harder to paint. Details are a bit messy by the cast. Well, let's see. So with chibis, I find that once you have built them from the back in, that even though there's a lot of details, if they're picked out properly, that you're able to get what you need out of it. I think it's where you place the highlight. It does look a little messy when you are going through this portion of it. This actually has a very, very clean, I actually did the, on this one, I did the priming all by hand so that every area was lifted the way it is. But I put zenithal highlighting so that everybody that was painting along did not lose track of the details, because with hello Dave, with chibis, one of the things that happens is you can lose track of the details because it's all so crunched into one small space. So I have everybody do a little bit of dry brushing to bring out all the little pieces so that they don't lose track of them. Otherwise they end up getting painted over. Oh, hello, Pat, and welcome. Hi, Dave. Welcome back. Chibis are challenging in general. They are in general. Chibi dynamics is one of the things I love to talk about because I feel like like a lot of people want to paint a chibi, but they can be extremely confusing. Their dynamics are not the same as other miniatures. Hi, Iffy. Hi. So now you've got those little booblies. Now, go in there and get one of your light beige colors and thin it nice and thin, and then come in and glaze over that area of the booblies. Real thin. You're gonna, if you get it thin enough, when you put this over the shadows, the shadows will show right through your glaze. So you want a little milky water-like consistency because you're going to glaze over this area and the shadows will fall to the back. And you're going to put 2 glazes over those shadows, and then we're going to be able to see this blouse, and it's going to be really cool. You're going to like what happened right in the middle between our boobies. You're going to have to dry off your brush and soak up that glaze. You shadowed your boobies. Okay, now you make the glaze out of the olive flesh or ivory, thin like milk water. Okay, and you're going to glaze it, and then you're going to do that twice, and you're going to go over the shadows and everything. So the next thing, it's going to look like that. So you'll see the shadows through. Oh, thank you, Longbow. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I do. If they're done, get your fucking paint on. Otherwise, it would be in the whips. Okay, I'm putting a 3rd glaze on the boobies. What are you up to, Dave? Are you still bailing out that, crazy studio ears that got the flood happening? Remember to dry off your brush and sap up the excess, oops, sorry guys, and sap up the excess glaze from right between the boobies so that you keep your shadow in the boobies, okay? Yes, exactly. What are you working on, Iffy? The light brown that you used for your flesh, or the brown that you used over here in the buckskin, you're going to thin a little glaze of that, and you're going to kind of add that away from the light, and you're going to glaze in a shadow in the middle, on the tummy, to the same, kind of the same place you had the shadow, only you're going to be using a thinned light brown in here. And while it's wet, you're going to get crazy. You ready? It should stay wet long enough. You're going to grab an itty bit of the light color. You want to mix a tiny bit of white into that olive flesh or tan. And what we're going to do is we're going to give these boobs a little lift here. Wasn't keeping a tip, sorry guys. So that those boobies kind of stand out. And remember, okay, we're going to be coming back to this, so don't stress yourself. If for some reason we don't get everything done today that you want to get done, don't worry about it. So I get a little bit of brown, that light brown. I thin that. You're probably going to end up having to put a little bit of black brown down underneath the boobs again to keep that shadow right along the waist. Right? Okay. And then you take a little white, a tiny droplet of white, and mix it with that brown, that light brown that you put over the shadows there, and you'll mix them. And while that light brown is still wet there, you'll just kind of do a little bit of blending. It takes a little bit of practice. Don't be frustrated. Sometimes you got to do it 2 or 3 times, or one boob at a time. We do want the light coming from over here, though. Keep that in mind. Light coming from over here, right? Feather. On this one, you can kind of see, like the light is sort of coming from where the feather is. And so you want to keep that in mind when you're doing that. And when I thinned that brown, keeping that in mind, right? Might be easier. I just kind of put a little bit here, right? And a little bit there. And went under the boobs. And then, of course, over here in the armpit a little bit. Then I had to come back with the brown black. And I had to put it right across here because it kind of got on our waist. And we need that area to be really dark right there. And I just took the tip of the brush and just flicked a little bit of that right between the boobies to separate them. So we get a little bit more visual. Now, it looks, when you're looking at it this close, it's a little bit strange, but then back it up from your face a little bit. Just, you know, like 8 inches or so. And then you'll get a better visual of what's going on. If your blends aren't balancing the way that you want them, your desk is weird. There is no paint on it. Yes, that is a weird desk. That is. Thinning the first color again. So just that olive flesh or the bone color. Thin. Come in and give it another glaze. Okay? Right over the white that you just put in. Again, with a little bit of the brown, that light brown. And then that color that we saved for the highlight. In the 2 little areas we want that, and pull to the light. Pull to the light. Pull to the light. Right up to the top of them boobies. Boobies. Right? If it gets in between the boobies, dry that brush off and go in there and wick it out. Then you're going to take the tiniest bit of plain white and right there, Oh, little highlights on them bibbies. Oh, these colors were chosen by the crew, Longbow. They actually chose the colors for this chibi, and we are a decent distance from done. Okay. Right? So pushing those volumes, you kind of want to pull that little bit of thin white, right? And you just, that's that last thing. You're going to go in and just kind of pull that right to where that highlight is so that we can see them little highlights popping on them little boobies when we back up from it a little bit. We're like, oh, look, boobs. And she has these little on one side, the side closest to the light. Hang on, I had to pull it away for a second, you guys. You will notice that you can see the lace, the little bit of lace. And then calming that down again. Oh, that red is so far from done, Longbow. That red is so far from done. That's blocking. This is in teaching people to paint the minis. I always use the zenithal highlighting routine, and I have them block in the colors where they can still see the zenithal highlighting, the shadow versus the highlight, so that when they start coming in with the color and the shadow, they are knowing where to put it. Because it can be very confusing when you're starting out, and then you won't know where to put it. It's not natural to everybody. So by blocking in the colors over a zenithal highlight system, they are able to see, oh look, that's a shadow. Whoops, sorry. That's a shadow. That's a highlight. So they can see it. That is just 2 or 3 glazes over the zenithal highlighting. All right, and then I'm going to take, oh yeah, it should be fun. Hopefully it'll be somewhere in the area of, well, not exactly the same, but somewhere in the area of something like this. I like to make them very animated and utilize bright colors to create, you know, the pop. This is a challenge because these colors were chosen by somebody else. So that's going to be interesting. Now I'm taking that glaze of brown. Once you get those boobies where you look at them and you will see, you just glaze back and forth between your highlight and that light brown, and all of a sudden you'll look at them and go, oh, look at you'll see these cute little boobies just popping. Hello, Blade Mark. She has a little tiny line detail on her blouse that I'm going to get. I think I'm probably going to end up sending this to the owner. So, all right. White blouse to attract attention. Now you could glaze that too, just to let you guys know. You could totally glaze over that white blouse and make it any color you want once you've done that, by the way. Hello, Blade Mark, and welcome, welcome. Ah. Oh. Got warm down here. Okay, so now we kind of can start to see it's starting to block in. I think she has a kerchief on. Hello, Collins Games. Oh, thank you. Were you talking about this one, or were you talking about this one? Actually, this one I found to be quite bold and animated. I appreciate that. Yes, these cute little babies. I do appreciate that. I've got some of the game pieces that I painted for Geek on my desk here, if you'd like to see them. He has a purple and green Necron army. And this little wraith hangs out on my desk. He's kind of my desk buddy. Kind of my desk buddy. This one was one of my favorites that I worked on years ago. Oh, thank you, Collins. Thank you. I really enjoyed this project a lot. This is a wizard. It's a WizKids model. They're not the best models, but I really did enjoy the project. I feel like my techniques have gotten better since I did this. There's a few things that I missed that I'm not particularly fond of, but I don't like to, pick on my own work because then it makes people feel bad about their work. I found out the other day. So, this guy was one of my first pieces that I did. I really enjoyed it. Like, he hangs out on my desk too because I enjoy him. This was a tutorial in Demon Eyes on a chibi. It's just the rest of the chibi is not done, but this was all about her eyes and the two faces of these guys is pretty much what that's all about. So I've got a few things. A lot of it doesn't hang out on my desk anymore because it was taking so much space up. We have King Rat. He's getting ready to go to his new home. This is a Reaper miniature. He's from Reaper Miniatures. His name is King Rat. He's going to live with Motor City Ray. Motor City Ray won him, like, shoot, a year and a half ago on our channel. I really appreciate it. I strive for that. I feel like, I feel like, like I see these details and it's like it's compulsive. I've got to get in there and get it. I really like to do metallic rubbing. Thank you. Thank you. This guy, his rider's missing right now. We haven't finished him, but I do some Star Wars stuff, and this was one of my favorite pieces. He hangs out on my desk so I can show people metallic rubbing. And the effects that you can get from metallic if you're doing it a little differently than maybe how you've been taught. I have a system that's a little different, and it comes from having been in the automotive industry and having, I feel like I have a good understanding of metallic and pearlescent colors because of it, because, we worked with a lot of that. And then, of course, my little babies here, this was not completely done, but we just, we finished these, and then I started on a new one. I don't know where my new one went. Where did that squiggle go? He's probably in the photo booth. But these were, the theme for these were, poisonous dark dart tree frogs. Yeah, that's why I'm taking courses from a couple of masters. One of them that's from Italy and another one that's from Canada, because I felt like I needed to step up my game. I don't want people in my Patreon to grow out of me. Which one is that? The longbow, the squigs, or the rat? Oh, longbow, I don't tell. It's private courses. But I do want to know which one's more darkish, the rat, the Star Wars. Yes, it's private. I just like people to know. Oh, the squig. Yeah, well, squigs are kind of dark like that. Yeah, I do. I definitely do, Collins. I'm a sucker for matte. I really like matte finishes, but I totally do. Let me show you some of my glossy stuff. You guys hang tight. We're going to show Collins a few things. This is a design by Arene Studio, and it's printed by Nerd House Minis. I'm a big fan of this artist's designs. Let me see. What do I have shiny? I've got some freaking crazy color work. What do I have that's shiny? Probably Darth Vader. Oh, let me show you Baby. Baby's not terribly shiny, Collins, but I think that because, you know, gaming. No, it is not Longbow. It is not. Let me see baby. Hold on. Let me grab baby for you guys. And just so you know, I don't dress in my pajamas every day. Today is PJ Sunday. You might let me back out for you. This will give the guys following along a chance to take a bio, you guys. So he is shiny, right? Oh wait, let me. He is shiny, but probably not what you're looking for. Glossy, but this is Baby. Baby's pretty popular. He's got like his own fan club. Baby is, he belongs to a gentleman that owns a pretty extensive orc army. And he's been hanging out in my studio for a minute. Yeah, no, I actually don't know that gentleman, Longbow. I don't know him. But I will look him up later. Let's see. This is one of, everybody really digs this one. I will go find Darth Vader. I think I put him over on the side shelf. So this guy was this is part of the army. So the army is purple and green, and this is part of Geek's Necron army. Again, not an extremely gloss finish, but I save my gloss, Collins. I go in. This is what you're talking about. Okay, so I go in on the miniatures, and I pick out the things I want specifically to be glossy, such as an eyeball, or in this case, the glowing ball underneath of here, right, or the glowing inside the barrel. And I will pick the things out that, oh, really? Well, you know what he named them? That's funny you should say that, Collins, because he named them the Disco Crons. I'll show you my crazy Emotech. Hang on. People appreciate, so Emotech was a fine cast crap. So I had some really good fun with him. His hand kept falling off, so I designed him a gauntlet like Thanos has, and then put a big fireball in it to help make this scene. So yeah, it's funny, Collins. A lot of people are kind of like, yeah, that's what's got going on. So I made this guy because I really liked this model. So I really but oh man, fine cast is crap. Yeah, you guys don't. Yeah, it's just such crap. And then I did a tutorial in creating your own color shift paint by way of blending. Exactly, Longbow, exactly. And then of course, you know, OSL from the light from the ball. But he was one of my favorite little characters. It's like I saw this guy and I was like, oh, I really like this guy. Then later this one came along. So this is me learning paints, different brands, different colors. And but I had a really good time painting him. My favorite part is his staff. The staff is my favorite part. And I did a tutorial on making the fireball. But then there was this guy. Now these are glossy. But I pick out the places I want to be glossy. So I don't like gloss all over the miniature, unless to me, when the gloss gets in the shadows, I get lost. And I don't appreciate that. but this particular one, he seemed to need the gloss. So, and this is one of Geek's favorite. Oh yes, most certainly, Collins, I do. I am currently using the Badger. I've been using it for years. It's my favorite. I used to also paint motorcycle tanks in the past. So my visions on primer are pretty intense. And when I found the Badger Stynal Res, a huge fan. My very, very favorite is the olive. The olive of theirs sticks like nothing else. I mean, oh my gosh, it's amazing how well it sticks. And then we have this guy too. His guns are missing, just to let you guys know, his guns are missing. But and my favorite part to work on this one, I like underneath, and his little dashboard. I love his little hands. See, if I was going to take a picture, that's going back to that taking a picture, you guys. Like if I was going to take a picture of this, I would totally take a picture of this part right in here. Right in there where them little hands are and operating that little dashboard. That's like right there. I love this view right here. I just love that view. A Necron? Huh. Tons of them. Oh, you mean primered? Yeah. I don't know if I have black primer, Collins, or not. Hang on. Hang on. I do. I have a bucket of let's see. I have primered in white. I did zenithal highlighting on these guys. So you can't really see the, I can show you the opposite side though, yeah. So I've got them primered in a zenithal highlighting because my intentions are to do this glazing formula that I have. So it's going to save me time so I can speed paint. So, let's see. Let me bring this in for you. Hang on. This is white primer. I just had some white primer and I needed to primer these guys out. So this is the white primer. I'm trying some different speed painting techniques on these guys. I don't particularly like white primer, but some people do use it, and so I'm going through the process. But this is the black primer. And then I just did this little bit of zenithal highlighting on him. So for the highlight effect. No, it's I want on the Necrons, I have a glow effect that's going on, and I want the light coming a little bit from the front and the top. Oh, did you ask what zenithal was? I apologize, Collins. I apologize. So, like, you can see that it's kind of from the top, but his stance, the way that he's standing, it did miss the back of these feet a little bit, but I have a way that I do it with a brush. So, which actually, we were just doing that. Hold on, let me see if it's on the desk here. It should still be here somewhere. Oh, ta-da. Usually I don't let it leave too far, but where did it go? Oh, there she is. So, when I do the zenithal highlighting, I'll come back in. So, like, it's, most of the light is coming, from the front and kind of up high. But you'll notice that there's a little bit right here on the shoulders. So the stance that he is in, if the light were coming from the top, this is kind of where he's going to get it, because he's kind of got his butt tucked in. But what he didn't get is that his legs are actually back farther. If you look at him, see how the legs are kind of back a little. If I make this flat, I'm holding it really flat right now. His legs are a little farther back. So I will come in with a small amount of zenithal highlighting. And I do it by hand. And I use ink because ink is extremely small particulates, and I'll come in and I'll catch the areas that maybe I missed. So that, the reason that I use the ink is because the ink is so small, it doesn't make it fuzzy. What I find is that paint makes it fuzzy and I don't like it. So I come back in with this before I do the glow effects on him, and I'll catch the areas that I feel like maybe I might have missed a little bit, just to kind of fine tune it and make areas stand out a little more depending on where the light is coming from, so that I can get things lifted a little bit more. And I just sort of fix it with a brush. So the light's really kind of coming a little bit more from that side. And then I just kind of fix it like that. And then I am coming in with glazing. This is it's a power painting. Where you're trying to get a lot done at once, and you're not going to, the little warriors, you're not going to pick out every single detail. Yeah, just a little bit, Longbow. And I use ink so that it doesn't get built up. And then I have the guy. Hang on, let me get him, Collins. I think he's here. Where'd that little glowing guy go? Are you here, buddy? Did you go? Well, he was here. I did have a little glowing cron. Maybe he went in the bucket with all the other guys. We got so many little crons hanging around. And then, so sometimes when I do glow and metallics, I wonder where that guy went. Okay, so Glowy Cron left home. I see all of his brothers up there, but I don't see him. I'll take and I do this is another power painting thing. So like to find the way that I like the best, looking for the Necron. So the other thing that I do, so Badger, the company I was telling you about that makes the primer, they make primer in colors. So they make a silver primer and a copper primer and a gold. No, they don't make a gold primer. They make copper primer and a silver metal primer. They might make a bronze primer, but I'm not positive. Okay, but the silver one's my favorite of the metallics. And so some people they don't want to spend a lot of time working on the miniatures. They really want to get it done quickly and get it on the table. So these guys are gonna get a speed paint job done. They're already painted silver, and then I will come in and I will wash them with a blackish brownish a little, really, it's ink, raw umber and black, and I will mix those two. It's kind of like Nuln Oil, so a lot of people have Nuln Oil on their desk. And then I will wash the miniature. Then I will come in and I will do the metallic rubbing, and I will show people how to do that. So the metallic rubbing will like make all the highlights super shiny. So there'll be like all this shine on it. And then I will come in and I will spritz it with its glow and call it good. You know, there is a lot of, but that's one of the things is I refer people to Orthober for the miniature holder. So you put them on a holder. And this is a plinth, not a holder. But Orthober makes a holder about this size. There's a gentleman who had the shakes, and he had a hard time holding paintbrushes and things. And so one of the things that I recommended to him is I sent him one of Orthober's holders. The other thing is, those, there is a thing that they stick on children's pencils, shaped like a triangle. The other thing that works is silly putty. So you take silly putty and you put it around the handle so that you can squeeze the silly putty to the width of a larger hand. Don't even worry about it. If you want to paint, just choose the larger mini and go for it. Everybody's art is different. If you enjoy doing it, mine is a lot of practice and a lot of teeny tiny things. And I do have people that learn from me that have the shakes. And sometimes You just have to choose something with more space, a larger miniature, and learn blending for that reason if it's something you want to do. But just to let you know, that's one of the reasons why I'm coming up to. So my friend who had the shakes, he died in December. He was a huge part of the community and a very dear friend to my heart, and he passed away in December. And he started painting when he met me, and he just, oh my gosh, he had shelves of minis and buckets of paint, and that was his little world. He was very ill, and so he didn't go out a lot, and his world was online with people painting. And I got him the big holder, and he started buying different brushes, and he started learning different ways of doing things. And that's one of the reasons why I know a couple of guys that go to the game store that have the shakes. That's one of the reasons why I want to develop this way, because seriously, so here's this little tiny mini, but let me show you something interesting. So here's this little tiny guy, right? The brushes that I'm going to use to do this guy, so you come in here with the wash, right? And here's one of the brushes. Okay? Right? And right? And then that dries, and then you come in with my metallic rubbing brush is not at my desk, okay, but it looks like I had to send it off because we're getting brushes made. So I sent it off so they can help engineer this brush that I had engineered by a company in Germany that I think when COVID hit, they went out of business. So this other company's been in business for 92 years. I sent them the brush to see about redesigning it. So it looks like this. This. Oh, the eyes, their eyes, not my eyes, their eyes. Well, it's a process. It is a process. Sometimes sometimes I tell people that really can't paint those tiny places to use a dark wash and go over the face and just let the shadow fall into the eye socket, and it will look like an eye. It's interesting. I can show you, actually, I've got one right here. It's interesting how the human mind think about this, okay? You are not going to see an eyeball on this guy. We are in a big world. They are in a miniature world. We are forcing the big world to create miniature effects, miniature highlights, miniature shadows, miniature everything. Here's who's going to see the eyes. No, I'm serious, right? Man, woman, we are not this big. They see each other's eyes. They see each other's eyes. We do not. We see what the human mind picks up as an eye. Okay, we're going to see this eye. Look, we're going to see that eye, so she does need an eyeball. Okay, because of the size of her. So that's a little bit different. Oh, we're going to see her eye. Yeah, we're crunching the world, if you think about it. So here's this little man, and he's standing in my studio, and look at the size of these fucking lights. I mean, seriously, these lights are like this, they're huge to him. He is like, it's a couple hundred times his size, and what we're doing is, with our eyes, we are forcing everything into a minute. That's why the dynamics of the miniatures, the highlights and the shadows are so important. We even have to twist sometimes and put a highlight where it really shouldn't be, but it has to be there because we can't see the mini without it being there. So we're forcing a large world into a small world by crunching it. So we have to bring everything down. So when you're doing an eye, okay, and this is a small guy, we're not going to see that eye. Think about this. Even if you could paint that eye like an eyeball and then you set it down on the table, who the hell is going to know? Nobody, because we can't see that. So what we do see, here's what we do see. We see little man standing by the train track, and he's waiting for the train, and the sun is shining, and there he is. You know what we see? We see a glint of a highlight, and this is what I do. Now he is standing beside her. That's the scene. Look at her. Look at the eyes on her. There's barely a highlight in that because that's all you're going to see. I paint the eye socket black, and I put the tiniest dot of reflection in it. We see it as an eye. You're never going to see their iris. And if you try to paint it white and then put a pupil in it, it always looks like they're cross-eyed all the time. Yeah, they look silly. If you paint that white and then you put the iris right in the middle like they're looking at you, trust me, they look wonky. So instead, I paint the eye socket black. If I want them to look one way or the other, I will put the white, like him, on a side like that. But if I just want them to be looking straight, I put the tiniest little dot, like on her, you can barely see it, of highlight on the black, and it makes it look like there's something round inside their head. It's crunching. We are crunching it down because seriously, those eyeballs. Now, if we were going to look at the miniatures like, oh, we're going to put on this hat and we're going to put on this and we're going to put this on and we're going to go like this. Okay. Okay, maybe. But think about it. Now you're playing a game. Are you doing that? And then when you set that down there and that little guy is on display and you're looking at him, you're not going to want to look at him that close because, I mean, as close as you would get would be like right about here. I'll give you that view. That's about 12 inches. Maybe you're going to just inspect my mini. So here you get 12 inches. You don't have room to fit his blue eyes in there. But what you do have is room to make a pretty blue coat. You know, with a little contrast. Let's make a red vest. Let's make his face a very nice, smooth, bright color of skin so that his eyes show up. Make the beard dark so that the eyes show up. And then you've got a little hat, and we'll make the hat a light color so it doesn't distract from the framing of the eyes. And a little highlight on that beard, and now you notice he has eyes. And that's how we deal with eyes, unless they're big miniatures with big eyes, or larger miniatures that, like this one, she's going to require an eye. So if you got shaky hands, I definitely don't recommend choosing miniatures where you're going to have to paint an eyeball like in this one, because we're going to need beautiful crystally blue or purple eyes on this lady, and it's going to have to show. And if we paint a miniature, a chibi, he has the, what I call, these are chibi eyes, and I have different styles. This style is the human eye style. His eyes are big enough. Notice all complementary colors around the orange, blue, right? So that really makes the eyes stand out. He's kind of about his eyes to me. And it's a human-like eye. There's little striations in it in the whole 9 yards. And you'll notice if you look at it, it looks like it's falling back in his head. They're really glossy and bright. I went ahead and made the beard even glossy. The beard wasn't supposed to be glossy, by the way. Just to let you know. That was one of those moments in life that made me very mad. But I left it because I kind of thought it worked for this little magical guy. I almost went back and put glitter in the beard because there was a glitter beard. But so this makes it, now think about this. We've got this hat. Chances are we'd have a lot more dark going on in his eyes and you probably wouldn't be able to see them this well. But he's magic. So, could we see his eyes? Maybe he has bright wolf-like eyes because he's magic. So we twist it a little bit, you know, to bring out a another level of things. Let's put dark all around the eyes like he's under his hat in the shadows, but let's make those eyes really stand out. So we twist it a little bit. He's magic. We're giving it a twist. With the Necrons, I have a thing I do with their eyes to make them glow. I'll use vermilion, the color. Here's a good example. This gal is a cyber human, and I created this cyber eye. I actually cut the eye socket off of her to create this eye. I kind of liked it. After I was done, I thought it suited him. I was gonna go matte with it, but everybody was like, well, I thought about like going in the creases and making it matte, and I still might. Yeah, he got some people loved him, and I didn't want to mess up what they were loving, you know. So on this one, I created this cyber eye with the little effect on it, and then of course we're going to need to put an eye. Even this small of a model, she's going to need somewhat of an eye going on in there, you know. She's a whip, definitely far from done. But I wanted a bigger cyber eye, so I just got the mini. Went in there and chopped it. When it's really, really small eyeball, that's that. I look at it from that standpoint of what are we going to see? What are we going to see? And what is the mini doing too? Like what's purpose? What is that mini's purpose too? That makes a big difference. Is it gaming? Is it on display? You know. All right, you guys have to go back to your homes. You're invading. Whoop! Sorry, guys. Oh, you don't have a blanket? Well, that's sad. Are you cold? You are. You're chilly, weenie. You're a dog. Chilly, weenie. Here, do you need these blankets that you dug out of the bed? There. Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? Oh, you are chilly. Oh, 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 oh. Oh yeah, vermilion, and it's ink. And it's ink. Vermilion is the shit. I love me some good vermilion. This one's great. It's a speed dry. Magic matte ink color. Get it from Dick Blick. But damn, it's a good color of vermilion. All right. Back to what we were doing. Your ladies should have dried by now, you guys. All right. Yeah, I feel like I might go back in and tend to maybe making some shadow areas matte. That may be a thing. And I do, if you want to get one-on-one lessons, call-ins, or anything like that, I'm a very patient person, and I do have a Patreon. So if it is something that interests you and you do really feel like you want a patient person who, I really do break things down into almost too simple of a format, but not really, just to let you know that is available to you, as well as we do these regular paint-alongs. And we also have events posted regularly, and Technical Tuesday, which is a lot of Q&A, and usually some type of like maybe metallic rubbing, wet blending, something like that on Technical Tuesdays. All right, you guys, so let's come back to this little gal. You've got these beauties. She's got this kerchief. I'm gonna save this kerchief, all right, for last. You should have a little bit of metallic paint that you chose out there. So the handle of the gun, it would be a good idea to use like a transparent black or a very thinned black paint. It doesn't need to be anything very special, but you should be able to. If you have a wash, you can use a little bit of wash. You want it to be super thin when you put this on, because it's gonna go into the recesses where the little lines on the gun are. You'll need it a little bit thicker for the back if you did like me and painted the handle with the coat. Oh, you're very welcome, Collins. Take care. Thank you so much for popping in, and you're very welcome. Anytime, mate. The crew is very patient about questions. That's what we do here, is we try to help people on their adventure to painting miniatures. That's the goal. That's the goal. And her little gun barrel, you want to... Now remember guys, so using a different brush for your metallics, right? So you put a little metallic of your choice. I'm going to choose a silver, and the reason I'm going to choose silver is because it's easy enough for us to just go take a little ink, thin it, and get the shadows in there without having to get too crazy with the metallic. We can just paint it with the silver and then come in and add the shadows with a wash or an ink made into a wash. And where did you go? What is this? Is this it? That's concrete. I thought I pulled it out. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Collins. Thank you very much. So thin your metallic. Use different brush, one that you have labeled for metallic. You're going to put one little thin layer on there. It's probably going to take 2 or 3. And try, when you put it on, try not to get too much built up in the little recesses. It's going to get in the recesses, and that's fine. But you know, there's little areas like in a little gun there where you don't want too much buildup. If you do not have your mini on a mini holder, it's a good idea not to spin them, because you will rub the paint off with your gloves or your hands, either way. I just go back in there and kind of pick those little areas out. You can take a tiny bit of black and actually mix it with your metallic to do some darker steel in the shadow area if you want to. Maybe in the barrel here. I feel like inside the barrel we shouldn't even see as metallic. So we should probably just make the inside of the barrel here black. And I put a little bit of that darker around there. There we go. Take a small brush and get back into your red. You don't really need to thin it too much, but where I'm going to make her, I'm going to make her belt red here. You do want to get a wee bit of your distilled water. When you thin, I always recommend the distilled water. Kind of hard to get around her waist here. You got to kind of go in at an angle. And remember, it's going to be really dark back there, so you do not need to get that red belt red all the way back in there, okay? Really, you only need to get the part that's right up front red, because the back part of her belt is not going to be showing. You do not have to paint the sides either. So like, unless a lip is wide on something, it's very helpful to just not paint the leading edge of it. As in like, so if you were looking down at her, you would see this little ledge of belt right there. Honestly, it's going to be in the shadows, and it's a lot easier to just not do that. Just avoid it, because it's going to be in the shadows anyway, so why bother? This is going to help bring the state of the miniature out altogether. It's going to help with the dynamics. I'm looking to see what exactly is going on with her outfit, and honestly, I'm going to have to look up the 3D concept on her. There we go. Now, I know I tell you, go from the inside out a lot. But here's the thing. We want to pick out this dynamic so we can kind of see what's going on. You may end up with a little bit of paint on her bags or on her belt, and that's okay. That's okay, because sometimes we got to get in there and pull out these little pieces so we can see what's going on. So one thing that we're going to do is we're going to use the olive flesh, which was the, or in your case, the whatever the ivory cream color is, because her blouse has sleeves. And we want to get those sleeves. Now, there's going to be areas that are up in the shadows, so don't get yourself too concerned about that. We want to get the main portion of it. As we turn her around, the blouse is not going to be this color, because this color would not be in the shadows. So you paint this teeny tiny little sleeve, right? So that we've got a base for it. And there's its base. There's also an area up in here. Thing is, that area in the armpit ain't gonna happen. It's totally and utterly not going to be that color. It's going to be a dark shadow. So that's a good place to put a little bit of that black brown. Wrong brown. Sorry, guys. I did the wrong brown. You can mix that. Or if you have black brown, you can just use black brown. Remember, you might consider using an ugly brush if you're going to push paint. And also remember, don't thin the paint too much when you get up in this little recess, because you don't want it getting away into all the cracks. I actually don't know what a couple of these things on her are. Geek, can you look up the concept art on this so that I can check out what these certain little things are? I'm going to use not this. I'm going to paint her sword. I'm going to pick out a few of these dynamics just so we can see what's going on. As we move forward, it's going to be perfectly fine if you get a little bit of paint on things. Don't stress yourself out about it. When you paint the metallic on her sword, chances are you will get it on her jacket. Come back, paint that shadow right back in. Try not to thin the metallic too much, and use very small amounts of it when you come in here to paint this sword. You really do not need to get that metallic around the edge too much. Don't worry. Come in and put those shadows in. Truth be known, you're going to take a little bit of black, you're going to thin it, and you're going to come in there, and you're going to put a shadow on the opposite side of that darn sword anyway. So, don't stress yourself. The most important part of that sword is going to be a little highlight we put on there when we're all done. There. Let's paint that little sword in. Now you see how that belt really helps, you know, it's starting to, now it's starting to actually take this shape. I don't think he heard me. He has headphones on. Okay, I don't know if I have the internet here. Let me see, guys. I want to look up the concept art on this. Nah. Okay, that's for later. Hold on just a minute, guys. I actually can do this. Boom and boom. Apparently, I have a Reynolds Wrap commercial to watch when we are done. Okay, hold on. Let's see. So she does have a concept art piece that I can find here. Here she is. And in doing that, I should be able to see what all is going on with her pieces. No. 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 Okay, well, for starters, it looks like... Okay, I see what's going on with her. There we go. So it looks like, actually, I made a blouse. Looks kind of like she's wearing a bralette. Okay, I got the kerchief correct. All right, I see what's going on. Okay. So... I see what they're aiming for. All right, so this little thing that she's got going on underneath of here is kind of like a little corseted thing. That, let's see, let's pick these little things out for you guys. So we're looking at the concept art right now. Okay. Knife. Sheath. Handle. All right, so... this little thing that's underneath of all of this that we were going to just tint a color is actually a little corset. And what we will do with that, now what didn't happen on her is all of the fine detail that is on the corset did not come out. What I want to know is, oh, that's the other piece of a pauldron. Okay, so in reference to doing the pauldrons, I am actually going to lift, I'm going to use an elevated color of yellow for them. Like mustard, but I'm going to lighten the mustard with a real yellow for the pauldrons. God, I can't believe how spoogey my paints are today. They're all over the place. And we'll get a regular yellow, mustard, and regular yellow. And she has these little pauldron pieces up in there that we're going to mix those colors a little bit together. I'd say about half and half would be just right. But she's got these little pauldrons, and we want to get those in there a decent color. The yellow over there. So I can pick out these pieces and be able to see everything that's going on. And because we are going to be using a very thin wash to capture some of these shadows. So I will catch these colors, and then I will come in here and I will add the shadows. But you'll notice this is a different color than her buckskin. We're getting that, you know, the color of those things they wear on their shoulders in the band and whatnot. And she's a captain, so hers are called pauldrons. Chances of it being anything other than brown coming around in here, you do not. I am obsessive compulsive. You do not have to paint this in here. I am terrible. I have to paint it in there, and then I will come back. That hair? That's hair. Hey, Jacob, how you doing? And then we will do the same thing on the other side. So there's a little piece of one. Right. I actually do not know what that does not know. It can't be a pauldron. It can't be a pauldron. So there's this one little spot. I don't know what it is. There's nothing I can actually do about it because, yeah, it's right by her boob. I don't know what that is. I would have liked to have said that it was a pauldron, but it is not. Oh, wonderful, Jacob. You're painting a Legolas? Okay, so choose a transparent color. If you choose green, I fear that it will look yeah, so it's a thing by her breast right there, which even when I look at the concept art, it's not there. I actually do not know. Like I see the hand, I see the gun, I see the barrel, I see all of that. I do not know what it is supposed to represent. I'm guessing maybe a clasp on the jacket. It's just this one little piece. So my thought is, if we do the clasps on the jacket, like maybe with a gold or a silver, silver's going to be the complementary tone for a lot of warm that we've got going on. So if we do it silver, it'll make a little pop in a recess. I don't actually know what it is. It'll make a little pop in this recess right here because it's metal, and metal does reflect, and it'll look cool. It's not part of the gun. This is a button. So making that silver is going to make it stand out. And then she's got like the gun. The gun actually has some decorative, I don't even know if like filigree. Yeah, it kind of, I really feel like it might be a clasp. I mean, it looked, so we did it as a clasp, and it works. It gives some, and once we use the transparent black to go in there and go over it, then I think that it'll make more sense. Now, your clear color, if you choose green for her corset, it's going to look a little Christmassy. So I'm going to recommend either blue or purple. I have both. I have a blue, I have a purple, I have a blue, I think blue. So I'm going to take a little bit, wait, I have, no, that's green. Can't do green. I'm going to take a little bit of, where did my little do-hoppet go? There it is. I'm going to put a little blue ink out, and I'm going to thin that. And I'm not going to get crazy and try to paint in behind everything. What I'm going to do is take a small brush with a good tip on it, and I'm going to grab a little bit of that ink straight. This is a P3 ink. In your case, maybe it's going to be transparent. A transparent, that'll be fine. You can even thin a regular paint if you want to and do it that way. I'm going to use a transparent ink to do this, and I'm going to come in here and paint with this because this is kind of back in the shadows anyway. So as we paint over the black with it, what you end up with is her clothes will turn. If you use purple, it'll be kind of a black purple. If you're going over a gray primer, it's going to be kind of like a gray blue or a gray purple. And what it will do though is it will settle back behind, and it will come out with the zenithal highlighting on it. It will still leave all your details intact, but it will be a nice dark like a nice dark blue color. There's some filigree on her corset that you got to make a choice whether you want to go that far or not. That one sleeve that she's got that's white there, we'll come back to that. She does have a kerchief on, and we cannot make the kerchief the same as her bandana because of the bibblies. So even taking that ink and making the kerchief blue would be a really attractive combo, not just against her skin, but it is complementary to a red hat. When using the transparent colors, you will notice that you just get to see you did that zenithal highlighting, and so now it already kind of highlighted itself. But that looks really good with the hat. These buckles across the front of her body are gold in the concept art. But so is, like, her gun is silver, her sword is silver, but the handle on her sword is gold. And the buckles are gold. Gold is a nice warm color. We're using a buckskin, so gold wouldn't look bad. It's going to be easy enough to get some shadows in there with the black browns that we're using and whatnot. You just got these two little clasps. The other thing that's gold is the filigree on her outfit. Do not paint the sides. Don't stress the sides. You want to control the paint, and it's really hard. To control metallic particles. This is going to bring some attention to the waistline, but we're going to tame it down with a clear. The object is that you will end up having yours look similar, not exactly, but similar to the concept art. Now, on her waistline, they kind of messed up. I'm going to save it by changing the color. And I think that what it is this is supposed to be filigree on her little corset. But it doesn't work out that way. I think super light blue. I'm going to take a little bit of my, if you did your dress in purple, you could go with a really light purple. I'm going to use a smaller brush. It's my posture ball box art. We are working on getting some manufactured to be able to offer them to the community. The ones that we were linking people are not the same as mine. It has helped with my, that is such a wrong brush. Sorry guys, I got sidetracked there. It has helped with my, my posture, my wrist pain, You know, my spine is in rough shape, so it's really helped with all of that. And people started asking me. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to continue painting, and then Doc said that if I could come up with a way to keep the posture good. And just one day it dawned on me, well, let me try this. I tried ordering a test subject from a company, but it didn't exactly turn out the way I wanted it. I think it has a place, but it's not exactly. You know, it's more, the exercise ball isn't enough like this one. Yeah, it does. And also because, so I can still hold my minis when they're on their, like, you know, if I'm painting a mini and it's on one of these guys, I just kind of push it down like this, and I still use this, you know, to lean it against. Some of them, like this one that I'm working on, I just stick them to the top of it. But it helps me lay the mini down, and I mean, I can face the mini in the direction I want to, and it still gets in the camera, and I'm not floating. You know, hardly anybody yells at me to get back on track anymore since I started using it. I used to be like, you know, that I was losing. What is it? What did they used to say? I forgot, but they hang on a second. So after I paint that really light blue, I go back for the ink, and I'm going to touch it all up with the dark blue ink in here, like so. Then I'll have to come back in for a little bit of the lighter blue to just kind of bring, just sort of little teeny tiny glints of highlight there, just to make it pop a little bit there. Yeah, I thought it did too. I was really worried about being able to continue with what I was doing at one point, Fox Art. And yeah, then that happened. So I am going to use the gold, and I don't think I have another brush with a fine enough, let me see, is this one still working? With a fine enough tip to get that filigree on her, because I don't want to stick my good brush in it. It's dots. When you're doing something really fine like this, dots. Try not to paint the line. Make dots. Line them all up. Don't thin your paint too much. So that's a little filigree that's on her outfit. If you don't want it, don't put it there. If that's just too much, then just don't even bother with that detail. That is completely independent. Oh, that's not small enough. Oh, her skin isn't done yet, but thank you. That's the base for her skin tone. We're going to be going over that. Little shadows. I use a kind of a mahogany color to get the shadows. Get out your transparents. So we've got this kind of built in there. Maybe you want to make little buckskin bags. You can totally make those bags match her jacket. Don't worry too much about the edges, guys. Okay? Just remember, we're not going to see that in the shadows. I made her little bags match her jacket. That's the rematching. Okay? she's got a little tiny fingers of her glove coming through the side of her hair here. Make sure you got a... The colors were voted. Her hair will be lavender. Okay, guys, so black boots, right? And then, you know, her pants, you can just make like a dark brown. So they're like the, you know, dark leather brown of some sort. A little bit of that burnt sienna would work. General Gumdrop with a little bit of the lighter brown mixed in it. That'll make a really good leather brown. Well, thank you, Fox Art. Yes, lavender probably with deep purple shadows. Everybody voted for lavender hair. We do have, she has a hilt on her gun. I mean, on her sword. And the hilt on her sword in the art is gold. But that's up to you guys what color you want to make it. If you'd like to share it in the chat, Fox Art, you're welcome to. She's got a double collar system going on over here. So she's got the buckskin coming up next to something that creates a lapel. That lapel there has a little bit of a very light filigree on it. So what would really look good is to give it some black paint and make sure it's thin so that it seeps into all that filigree. But remember, control the paint volume. So don't get really crazy with it. And then just let that settle. She does not have one on the other side. You can only see it on this side. And then let that dry. If you've got transparent black, you can totally pop that in there. That'll work good. On these pauldrons, I'm going to do a thin coat of a mahogany color over that gold so that they look like that. You'll notice when it's thinned, it just it soaks right into the recesses. Where are we? It soaks right into the recesses and creates little tiny shadows for you, so that that pauldron kind of starts to stand out a little bit. But by making the paint just a little bit thinner, it soaks into all those little areas of the pauldron. I think I'm going to go ahead and go with gold with the hilt. On her gun. I mean on her sword, sorry. And I'm going to see about... I might actually need to break out a new paintbrush. Just hold on, let me see. If you do not want the hilt on yours to be gold, you can make it a different color. You could actually do it with the color mustard and do a little NMM routine, you know, just a little shadow and a little highlight. I think that you'll see that it's pretty good. This color. That works. And then there's a sheath that I missed. And I'm going to go in with just a base color of one of the browns that I have here. And I'm going to catch that piece. So right at the top of this, I painted it silver, but it's actually the sheath that her sword is in. When I'm looking at the concept art, I'm seeing that. So I'm going to go back in there and recapture that little area right there at the top of her sword. Take it back. Mahogany or transparent brown over these little bags right here. Nice and thin like this. You want to thin that. But what it'll do is it'll soak into all the little recesses, and it'll make the those little striations where the flap comes over, and you'll see it. Hello, Valendar. Welcome. I'm going to go ahead and use that same brown that was kind of part of the buckskin that we were building. And I'm going to mix a little bit of that with this mahogany right here. Let's see if you guys can see that. There we go. In case of general gumdrop, you can use a little burnt sienna. So remember, we've got this color that we're building the buckskin from. That's the base color right there. So this darker, this light brown, will mix a little bit of burnt sienna with it, and that would be a good color for her pants. So we can get just kind of like a base leather color for those pants. And you do not need to paint the pants all the way to the back. You're going to put a shadow in there that's going to cover that. So just paint the portion that, you know, leave like a tiny little line between the back and the front, so the paint doesn't get built up back there in what is actually that shadow area. So you get a little something like that. And we'll make those boots black. Because Captain, black boots, right? Same thing on the boots. Remember that you primed this black. If you primed it a dark gray, still, we're going to put a shadow color in there. So try not to get a bunch of black on her jacket when you're blocking those boots in. And just be patient and realize we're going to put a shadow in there. So you don't need to get all excited like that with it. I'm going to put a thin glaze of this black, which my black is a little bit brown black, so you could totally go with the brown black on the boots. And we'll come back in here for the shadows on these babies. Just, you know, you don't even need to get that line along the top. Seriously. Look. See? I do have to get a little bit of that black brown and touch up this shadow area right here outside of her collar. It's not quite looking folded over. Same thing on the other side. There's a little bit of that black brown. I'm just kind of correcting the collar. Shadow. Look at how much more pop, see? How that shadow just really deepens everything. I'm going to take plain black. And there's a little area up here. And I'm going to make that line between those two collars right there. You do not have to do that. Remember, Captain OCD. Then that little area right there, got this filigree on it. Good night, Fox Art. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for popping in and sharing your art. The Filbert. I moistened it. I put it in metallic paint. I took the excess off of it and I'm going to go in here and laying it on its side ever so delicately. I'm going to touch this area. When I'm done doing that, I will take transparent black. In my case, I'm going to use a little bit of ink. Watch out, guys. Watch out for the ink, okay? Transparent black, if you have it at your desk. You do. Both the guys that I've been talking to all evening have it at their desk. And a very fine tipped brush. And what I will do, I'll come back in here to this filigree. You want a very small amount of this. And I'm going to lay the black down in the recesses behind the filigree. So we get that. Are you? I think it's close. I think I've worn these guys out. Pretty sure Scooter fell asleep. And I'd be willing to bet that General Gumdrop has had her share. Oh, she had to go to work. Oh, she was painting before work. Oh.
She could do that she watched that. Well, she didn't back then.
So I add a little silver. To the gold. And just the area where I think maybe, just maybe a glint of light might get in.
No good, I can't over.
Sorry, I know I was out of focus. Sorry, guys. Hello, Dio. Wow, welcome, welcome. We'll come back in, making sure that you've got Remember, here we go. Little filigree on the shoulder, the collar there. That's cool. We're going to do it again, Scooter. We're going to do it again. We're going to pick up Captain Sedi. And you know what? You can totally come back and watch this to get caught up. Right? But we're going to pick her up again. I do need to, I think, in looking at the dynamics, I do need to calm down the blue around the waist a little bit. Oh, it got warm there. So if you find yourself in the same situation, basically I just come in and I'm going to use the ink. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry. Here we go. I'm going to use the ink to shadow that light blue. So that, you know, right under the boobs here, get a good shadow in the little booby area. There, that way we don't have so much light blue belt. Calms it down a little bit. Then what I got to do is I got to come in with inks. And I got to get this little area around the belt buckle. See how that belt buckle kind of looks flat with the red in there? And they kind of look molded together. So I'm going to use the black ink to separate those guys. Transparent black. So once I get that ink in there, it's a pretty tight area. I'll come back in with the red and kind of pump up just this little tiny bit of the belt. Also, somehow, she's got a gold belt buckle. Sometimes using metallic and then not thinning it. You can get it brushed on very lightly while it is still wet. You kind of have to move quickly because metallic dries super quickly. But in doing that, a little bit of black. I really recommend black ink at your desk. Especially if you need to do like some fine lining, like this has some fine lining. Shadow lining. These are shadows, little tiny shadows. I'm doing a little bit of ink lining. Just so we can kind of get things separated. So one of the things that will happen when you get a lot of details in these guys is the paint will end up kind of overwhelming. And I like to go back in and kind of reclaim the areas that are meant to be. There's a tiny bit of filigree on her waist over here that's bugging me. We're going to go back in there for that color that we used to highlight, which was the silver and the gold mixed together, to get a little shiny on her belt buckle here. Maybe a little shiny on these two little buckles here. And we actually, so there's some controversy about highlighting your silver with white. I'm going to mix a little bit of the silver with a little bit of white. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the ink thinned. And I'm going to make a little shadow. Then I'm going to come back in with the silver. And now the silver is thinned. Going back for that white. Right on the front of this where it's getting a little shiny spot. The other thing I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to take that white. And I'm going to put some on the sword. Now, hello, Lady Gray. Oh, I said hi. Okay, never mind. I'm confused. Then that black. Okay, glazing the sword with the black. Okay, now I can't use that in the metallic, so I'm going to come back for the other brush in the metallic. All right, now, again, I'm coming in for a little bit of that silver metallic mixed with a little bit of that white. Okay. I'm making striations. I'm going to take a little bit of the black ink and I'm going to mix it with a little bit of the silver metallic. Okay. This brush is flat. It has a funny edge on it, and so it works really good for this. I'm going to get my really fine brush and I'm going to utilize it in white. I'm not supposed to use it in metallic. This one's super, super fine. The object here is to try to get some fine white striations on this so that her sword kind of stands out. kind of like NMM, but I'm going to end up going over it with metallic. Tammy's dreaming about chasing squirrels, you guys. She's barking in her sleep. All right. A little bit more of that mahogany. You can use the burnt sienna mixed with the black on this. Now General Gumdrop is going to come back and watch this later. So we're making a little striations in the pauldron there to kind of make it stand out. And what I will do is go back to the yellow ochre in tiny, tiny amounts for that the little pauldrons, and we'll sort of get a little shine. A little area that stands out a little bit more, like that. Okay, that'll make the pauldron stand out. I gotta keep this collar kind of clean. We'll be coming in there later with some highlights and whatnot. Okay, now we have a very light glaze of silver that we're gonna put in a couple of locations. So I'm just gonna glaze out the silver, and I'm gonna add it to this button here. And we're also going to add it to the sword. So we can get some shiny on the sword there. So really it'll be like shiny black and whatnot on the sword. It's not, it's a variation, an animated variation. All right. Now, at this point in time, there's shifting gears to go many directions. We can layer skin, we can layer the coat. So we've really got everything really worked in here. We don't have the hair or the bandana on. So I would save the hair until I was done with the skin, so I don't have to worry about getting skin all in the hair area. The bandana, I would save until I was done doing the red hat, because I'm going to inevitably get red on that bandana. Am I going to get bandana color on the hat? Hopefully not. Well, you know, hopefully not. One of the things that I would want to do is take a little bit of the flesh tone, the lighter flesh tone, with a tiny bit of that, what we call the pasty brick color. And I would definitely want to get a little highlight on this ear right here, because this is the side with the light. It'll just make her ear stand out like a little bit better. Not that there's a whole lot of light coming in there, but you'll find that that type of little pop gives a completely different level of what you're doing to things. you may not actually see that highlight, but the fact that you put that there, it makes the whole miniature deeper. It really does. I gotta tell you guys, I am 30 minutes over, and what I'd like to do is I'd like us to set Captain Sedi aside. If you got behind, then this VOD will go to YouTube. It will be there for you, and you will have the ability to rewind, go back, pick up, and put things into the places that you want. I apologize the interruption that happened with all of the questions, but you know, if somebody wants to paint miniatures and they want to understand it, I don't want them to be intimidated. I want people to see the joy and feel the happiness of someone willing to help them, because a lot of people just won't paint minis because they're scared. Or they think they can't because of some disability that they have or something. And I would like to be that person that if they end up here, we can help them overcome that. I don't want it to be a situation where, you know, they pop in and then, you know, they're just another generalization, you know, I don't want to be like that. So, I apologize for the interruption, but, that's interesting. Huh. I wonder what I washed my hands in today that turned my ring all funky colors. Huh. So, we will put this on pause, and then we will pick this up together. So we have Technical Tuesday coming up, and that is, we're going to be working on these guys here. We're going to be working on the Mother Lovin' Paint Party. All right. And then, I appreciate that you guys can, hi, Hungry Fox, welcome. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what, like, look, they turned, do you see that they're, like, let me focus on them. Do you see that they're not, the right color? Like, these are really bright silver rings. Do you see how they're purple and blue? Isn't that weird? Yeah, I must have got into something today. Like, maybe it's the hand wash that's upstairs or something. So we're going to be working on these guys on Tuesday, right? And we'll probably carry these maybe into Friday. I'm not sure. We might work on Captain Sedi, because if you think about it, we're going to be doing chibis with Reaper on Saturday and Sunday. Then our channel will be hosted. It's like in the sidelines. So I'm doing a course on chibi dynamics and chibi eyes. Now you can see, if you look at Captain Sedi, what I want you to notice is, so the dynamics of the miniature are a few small things picked out on the body. We're going to shadow those back a little bit, but they'll still be kind of popping so that you can see the dynamics of, you know, I mean, people go through a lot of trouble to make these little details. But basically this miniature is from about there up. That's her picture. You chop off this other side there, right? And that's what you get. So we don't worry too much about getting too detailed with the feet and everything. Now on this other one, oops. Oh, thank you, Dark Virtue. Thank you very much. It really does. Paint miniatures. Okay. You'll notice this gal too. So like, on her, notice that I just kind of made her boots a little bit gray, not anything terribly exciting. The pants are green, and green is a ground color. So like the ground is generally green. So you can get away sometimes with some green. In this case, we did not go with green because Christmas, but you can get away with some green sometimes in the bottom half if you don't get too sexy with it, because green is color of grass. So it makes sense for it to be at the bottom, and it doesn't necessarily excite the eye in that way. So, and it was a really good complementary color to use with the purple. You know, it really did make the hair kind of pop out and the skin. But the dynamics is to get these tiny little details that they have and kind of try to zero in and pick a few of them out. and then choose some shadows. And what we're going to do is we're going to get some really good, strong shadows back in the back of the coat. So she will just come right out of there. You will just see, we'll put a little highlights on the boots and the front of the pants, like just where the pants fold there on the very front a little bit, just to kind of make that pop a little. But mostly it'll all be about, as we move up, it gets more and more dynamic. When we get around the face and the hat, that's where we'll really get some extensive highlights going on in this area. We'll really make the hair pop in this area, getting some deep shadows in the hair. And then the face, we're going to do like a, peachy, maybe a little peachy tan kind of a color. Captain, right? It suits. And then, of course, the eyes, there's something to be said. Green would make it look Christmas again, because red hat, that would be a really good complementary color to use, though. Orange is not a common eye color, so we kind of fall back to them maybe being blue. They could be gray, but then the hair being lavender, it will fade away. So there's going to be some, the colors being chosen by someone else. We kind of have to, balance that out. I chose the red hat. Now, see, I would think purple would work, Valandar, but because her hair is going to be lavender with deep purple as the shadows, it's very potential that we could lose the eyes. I'm thinking kind of towards pink, so kind of doing a really dynamic eye like this. It kind of matches the hat, so I'm not entirely sure. And I may just go, what I think would look probably really good is gold and brown eyes. So I'm thinking I might end up going that way. The drapes match. Do the drapes match the windows? There is something I don't know I've heard a whole lot of. Yeah, maybe. I'm thinking, I'm kind of tossing around some ideas in my mind. I didn't vote on the eye colors. I just had everybody vote on all the other colors. I would have really liked green. Now I'm thinking what I might be able to get away with that wouldn't look Christmassy is if I went with jade eyes, like a turquoise, a really deep turquoise eyes. And then, of course, it would be light turquoise in the highlights. And I feel like we can get away with turquoise without it leaning towards Christmas and still get kind of green eyes. So, and the turquoise would play against in the right way. So complementary to both purple and red. So I might really get the best dynamic from turquoise eyes, kind of a jade turquoise. So that's kind of where I'm leaning with that idea, thinking that that's probably going to work pretty good. I think that the sword turned out pretty good. I mean, it's not, by any means super sexy, non-metallic, but it's definitely comedic. I don't know, AJ. Geek, did you get AJ's? He wasn't here for a minute. Did you get AJ's DM?
Not been paying attention.
On Sundays, unless we have a big special event, not a tutorial event, Geek is going to be working. So he hasn't checked yet. So this is where we're at. I think this is a really comfortable place to let it set, and then I think coming back to it on Friday. Now I don't really know how much painting we will be getting done on Friday. It is the weekend before the ReaperCon. Oh no, it's totally okay. It's totally okay, AJ. Tuesday. Why do we have Monday off? Oh, Tuesday. No, he usually checks them later. Never mind. I was gonna have Monday off. Okay, I'm just saying. So yeah. I was like off in left field there. I was like off in left field for a minute. So I feel like this is a good place to let it go. I feel like this is enough for the people that have her to catch up with, or go watch the VOD on YouTube. For anybody, that didn't make it. So we've got it out there, and then we'll pick up on Friday. I'm sure we can probably just get a couple of points in, on Friday. It's been a little calmer in here lately. A lot of people have gone back to work, and there's just been a lot changing. Fridays aren't as crazy as they used to be, you know? I don't know if I feel happy about that or if I kind of miss it. I don't know. You know, I'm torn. But what I do want you to know is that we will probably be painting these guys into March as these. Let me just move her for a minute so she can dry there. We'll be painting these guys into March, and so you guys really do still have time. And going back on the VODs if you want to take a look at it, but you still have time to get yours. They still have the tickets that you get if you buy one. If you use the Captain's link, we will enter you in our airbrush giveaway. You just have to send Geek a DM and let him know that you used our link. You just give him the PO number and he can verify it. Also, if you use Captain Madlove code, you get 5% off, and you can choose either one of these and still go back on the VODs, catch up, and join the Mother Lovin' Paint Party if you like. But the next thing that is coming up that we have planned is the ReaperCon. So if you guys have not signed up for my class at ReaperCon and you want to do some chibi, please do that. And I will be painting chibis again on Sunday right after that. So that follow-up will be really good. And then if we don't finish Captain Sedi on Friday, we can pick Captain Sedi up that first Tuesday of March. And as of now, it is highly likely. Let me give you a date. I have not posted this in the Patreon as of yet. But as of now, it is highly likely that we will be gone the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th. That we are taking a trip. It's highly likely we are taking a trip to Virginia. So, just to let you guys know. It is a business trip. We have an agenda. It's going to be very tight run, but just to let you guys know that is something that we are suspect to do. So, that all set aside, I don't think there's anything that I need to remind you guys about that's taking place anytime soon besides the ReaperCon. I do have my stream anniversary coming up in the middle of March, right around the 20th. So that should be really good fun. That should be really good fun, right? So we are going to go raid somebody. I'm going to take a look at who is out there that we can give a raid to. Let's see. You know what? I think we're going to raid one of my friends. Let's see. What I would like to do is start raiding different artists that do different things. But right now, one of my buds is doing a giveaway stream. It is the end of the month, so he's doing a giveaway. Oh, you are so welcome, Scooter. Hopefully you can rewatch the VOD and catch up, and then we'll work it out between Friday and the first Tuesday in March. Should be good. Wait, what, the first Tuesday in March? What is today?
Tomorrow's Monday, which is the 1st.
Okay, so the second Tuesday in March. Yes, Blade Mark. I thought maybe that'd be a good place to go. You guys can enter his giveaway, give him lots of awkward love. I can see him for a little minute while I have myself a salad for dinner. I'm starving. So, yeah. Sounds like a good idea. So between now and when we see each other again, remember when you go into the stream to refresh so you are... Good night, Valendar. Good night, my dear. Between now and when we meet again, which today being, what day of the week are we on? Sunday will be Tuesday. Between now and then, remember self-care. Oh, thank you, Lady Grey. Remember self-care, you guys. If you do not care for yourself, you cannot care for anything else. Captain Lady Grey, I can't wait to meet IRL. It's going to be so amazing. I also, you guys, coming up this month, we have 2. Check the Patreon. 2 of our round tables, because I didn't give you one in January because everything went weird. 2 round tables in March, so be sure to check. The 3rd Saturday of every month is going to be our extensive one, And then we will have another one that is scheduled in there that you guys definitely want to participate with. So, you know, between now and then, right? Paints, brushes, minis, get your fucking paint on. Let's go raid the Hawk. Go raid the Hawk.
All of that, we took the mother of all fucking detours. But not a bad story.